functioning of the financial sector and insolvency procedures. And second, obviously also, given that all these actors are in the broader economic context, through structural reforms by creating a better and more investment-friendly business environment. These factors are actually also well reflected in surveys of barriers to investment, which remain. I have picked 4 points that come out of various indicators. Inefficiency of the judicial system in dealing with property rights and insolvency, access to finance and cost of credit, tax rates and stability, predictability of the tax system, and public administration, complexity of procedures, and low administrative capacity. Now, of course, many reforms have been implemented over the past years, and these surveys might not always reflect the latest state of play. At the same time, obviously, Greece also started from a relatively low starting point, which means that even though important steps have been taken, a lot remains to be done. Now, one major step that has been taken, and its author sits over there, Fotis Kormouzis, or one of its main authors, is of course the Insolvency Code, which is really a major step ahead in enhancing insolvency procedures. By the adoption of this code and by its entry into force about a year ago, actually, Greece was the first country to have implemented the EU regulation, or the EU directive of insolvency procedures. It's really significantly improving the insolvency apparatus, both in substance and in process. It simplifies and streamlines procedures, and it prescribes the enhanced use of IT. And it encompasses available tools in the context of both preventive restructuring and insolvency procedures, which is obviously expected to foster an effective return of viable businesses to productive use. And the code also provides a second chance to insolvent debtors. Now, the Recovery and Resilience Plan includes reforms and investments to help the banks and the state to better monitor and manage private debt. And it also includes investment to upgrade the IT platforms that are necessary for the effective implementation of the Insolvency Code. Colleagues have spoken about the banking sector. The cleaning up of the balance sheets has been a very important first step, and there remain other important steps ahead, and most importantly for the banks to become profitable. And one very important measure in the RRP that is expected to enhance access to credit is, of course, the loan facility, which will channel 12.7 billion euros to the private economy by 2026. And I'm delighted to hear, actually, that in the past couple of months, already 600 million loan contracts have been signed in this context. Now, also regarding the other dimension, and I'm running out of time here, so I will speed up, there are other important reforms in the Recovery and Resilience Plan addressing the business environment. And since I mentioned the judicial sector, there are very important reforms in this area, which I hope will this time be fully implemented, like the revision of the judicial map, training of judges, also digitalization of the judicial sector. It's very important to increase the efficiency of the judicial sector. There are also other reforms in the public administration, in the tax administration foreseen, also accompanied with digitalization of procedures. And we have already seen, actually, that the digitalization that has started during the pandemic has already brought a lot of positive impact over the past years. So I think there is hope that these reforms will improve the business environment. Of course, the implementation timeline, according to plans, is front-loaded, so I can only encourage the government to keep this timeline. And as colleagues have also mentioned, and Minister Staikouras has also mentioned, reaching the investment grade of the sovereign is key, and these reforms should also support that. I'll stop here.
Thanks very much, Julia. So finally, we have 5 minutes to take a look from a specialist looking at the legislation from a senior financial sector specialist at the World Bank.
Thanks, Joan, and thanks to the Economist, and thanks to the organizer of this event for inviting me. It's quite a privilege to be with all of you today. It is also a pleasure to be back in Athens. Last time I was here, I had the opportunity to witness in action the working group that was actually drafting the debt settlement and second chance law, what then could become, which for the simplicity, for the sake of simplicity today, I'll call just the new Greek insolvency code. So I'll use these 5 minutes to just try to address the 3 topics. The first one is hopefully preaching to the core the importance of the restructuring and insolvency system for both the financial sector and the private sector. The second topic is related to the trends that we can see in restructuring and insolvency and how the reform that Greece made fits into that context. And third, I will just mention some of the challenges ahead. So let me begin by saying that an effective insolvency system is absolutely critical for financial stability, for NPL resolution, and the function that the insolvency system plays in the economy of distinguishing those viable, even though financially distressed companies, between those firms that can still be saved and those that are unviable and should exit the market, and those assets be reallocated back to the productive activities in the economy, is an absolutely critical function. For the private sector, it is also important to ensure a robust insolvency system to ensure that employment can be preserved, and of course to strengthen the investment climate as well. Which brings me to the latest trends. As you may know, the World Bank Group is a standard setter in insolvency designated by the Financial Stability Board. And I've been basically dedicating the last 15 years of my life with the World Bank, helping countries implement insolvency systems. And as such, I think we're very uniquely positioned to know what the main trends are. And in that context, I think the Greek implementation, as Julia was actually saying right before me, the Greek implementation of the European directive from 2019 has been really an excellent step towards that harmonization that Europe is going to. When you look at the law, at the new Greek insolvency code, it really has all the elements that you would call international good practice. It has a workout system, it has a discharge and fresh start system, and of course it has a pre-insolvency proceeding, which is the main purpose of the European directive, try to encourage early filings, right? The elimination of the rehabilitation process, to me, it was something that raised some questions, the Article 99 and so on, but the reality is that I'm very much looking forward to listening to the next panel of the Greek experts, but I think it's worked out well here. Now, the reality is that the law on paper is the law on paper, right? And the implementation is absolutely critical, which brings me to the final point of the challenges ahead. The first one is a worldwide challenge. I'm not going to talk about specifically the Greek market, but after the COVID pandemic and the lockdowns, and in the macroeconomic context that has been discussed today about high inflation, high interest rates, difficulties to obtain finance for companies, let alone financially distressed companies, all of this is clearly contributing to a buildup of distress in the real sector. And sometimes one can see the NPLs. The NPLs are very important, clearly, but they are not the only sign that one needs to look at, because sometimes they get out of the financial system, but the debt is still in the real sector, and that needs to be resolved, right? The second challenge, and I will just mention 2 more in the interest of time. So the second challenge is related to the micro and small enterprises. And this is something that when I was looking at the numbers, in Greece is 98.9% are micro and small companies. And I think something needs to be done in particular on the insolvency system. If you look at the trends on this particular point, US enacted a subchapter 5. Tomorrow, the new Spanish law comes into force, dealing with a specific process for micro and small enterprises. At the World Bank, we've been working on that since I led a report in 2017, looking at this topic, and we culminated that with the new World Bank principles last year on trying to establish some sort of simplified mechanism. Delegating micro and small enterprise insolvencies to lower court judges generally doesn't work. And I don't know how it's working in Greece, but it is, as Julia was saying before, the judicial system, particularly on the lower courts, are under-resourced and overwhelmed, and they are not specialized. So I don't know how that's working here. And the final challenge, and with this I finish, is the implementation of the law. And of course, for any system to work well, it is essential to have a cadre of well-trained, adequately supervised, well-remunerated insolvency administrators. The same with judges, specialized judges. Any functioning system of insolvency needs specialist judges. And the business community, legal community, and banking community need to understand the benefits of having a robust insolvency process. With this, I finish. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I'm always loath as a chair to say, no questions after, especially after with such a distinguished panel and such an important topic. The main message I've got from all of you actually is with trouble ahead, it's important to be preemptive and to try and anticipate where the problems are going to be and try and do something now in a relatively good year, at least, the first half of it, the first 3 quarters, before we really run into serious trouble. So your suggestion about finding some fiscal space this year when it might not be available next year, I don't know if you found that the Greek authorities are open to that, but that's an important one, all your points about what preemptive action actually consists of. And in a way, I guess what you're all saying is sticking with the program, which we've had many years in Greece, sticking with the program actually will help, seeing through the insolvency legislation and Julia with the RRF, keeping that on track. So I'm just going to ask one question, and because we've got a break for coffee, and just ask you very quickly to say whether this coming crisis actually demands some recalibration of your approach as the institutions. Not to say, changing anything fundamental in terms of the priorities, but a recalibration in terms of what realistically, we can expect. So just very quickly, I'd just like to hear from you that in this situation, what would you say is actually the most important thing now for the next 6 months? Yeah, let's go in the order just very quickly.
To focus on implement and swiftly all the reforms needed to create a better environment and to be able to attract investors for the future and to give the right message in a way that investors, rating agencies, the citizens understand that there is a real plan and we are preparing for the bad time.
Yeah.
And the fiscal adjustment, or to have a fiscal space to act in the future, it's also important. That would be a good signal.
Yeah. So maintaining credibility for investors. Martin?
I think I can be very brief. I think it's really maintain the medium-term focus. More volatile times require strong buffers.
Yeah, strong buffers. Julia?
Yes, I agree. I think it will be, well, of course, it is understandable that energy subsidies are being given, but maintaining fiscal prudency will be important. And then on the structural side, actually the RRP already contains, its biggest investment is in energy efficiency, improving investments. So this is also under the REPowerEU negotiations. This is one of the main pillars of that plan or that action plan, and investing in renewable energy and diversifying energy sources. All these actions will also be very important.
Thanks. Andres?
To me, two things come to mind. The first one would be to focus a little bit on micro and small sector, particularly in those companies that are distressed. I think that could be done by looking a little bit more into some sort of mechanism, creating a special mechanism. And the second one is promoting workouts. The institutional reforms take a really long time. And the judicial system, you can't ask for a sudden improvement. It takes time to absorb the new insolvency code. So promoting workouts, settlements out of court of all this distress debt could be really advisable. Thanks.
Okay, great. Well, thanks very much. I'm really sorry to cut the discussion short, but I think actually you were very focused in your introductory remarks, so you got the main points across. So in the interest of giving everybody an injection of coffee now, let's say that we're going to restart at 11:45 instead of 11:30. So we've got 15 minutes behind now. So a bit of a shorter coffee break. You can bring your coffee back in. So please be back in the room at 11:45. Thanks very much, all of you. I think we may have to do a photograph.
We are Intrum. We lead the way. We provide credit services to help our clients improve cash flow, reduce non-payments, and prosper by caring for their customers. Every day, we talk to 250,000 people in debt, and every year, we assist 80,000 clients. Like Jacob in Copenhagen, he can focus on taking care of the gym, while we take care of the credit management. Or Daniel, at one of the largest media companies in Switzerland. We provide new digital solutions that save him a lot of time. Here's Rika in Madrid. She's running a logistics startup, and we help her build valuable relationships with her customers. We lead the way all over Europe by helping people do what they do best. Because we want to make a difference. For our clients, for their customers, and for society at large.
At doValue, the lead servicer in loan and real estate management in Greece, with our continuous commitment to responsibility, transparency, innovation, partnership, and effectiveness, every day we project the power of a new perspective. doValue, your partner for growth.
Everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed.
We are Intrum. We lead the way. We provide credit services to help our clients improve cash flow, reduce non-payments, and prosper by caring for their customers. Every day, we talk to 250,000 people in debt, and every year, we assist 80,000 clients. Like Jacob in Copenhagen, he can focus on taking care of the gym, while we take care of the credit management. Or Daniel, at one of the largest media companies in Switzerland. We provide new digital solutions that save him a lot of time. Here's Rika in Madrid. She's running a logistics startup, and we help her build valuable relationships with her customers. We lead the way all over Europe by helping people do what they do best. Because we want to make a difference. For our clients, for their customers, and for society at large.
At doValue, the lead servicer in loan and real estate management in Greece, with our continuous commitment to responsibility, transparency, innovation, partnership, and effectiveness, every day we project the power of a new perspective. doValue, your partner for growth.
Everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed.
We are Intrum. We lead the way. We provide credit services to help our clients improve cash flow, reduce non-payments, and prosper by caring for their customers. Every day, we talk to 250,000 people in debt, and every year, we assist 80,000 clients. Like Jacob in Copenhagen, he can focus on taking care of the gym, while we take care of the credit management. Or Daniel, at one of the largest media companies in Switzerland. We provide new digital solutions that save him a lot of time. Here's Rika in Madrid. She's running a logistics startup, and we help her build valuable relationships with her customers. We lead the way all over Europe by helping people do what they do best. Because we want to make a difference for our clients, for their customers, and for society at large.
At doValue, the lead servicer in loan and real estate management in Greece, with our continuous commitment to responsibility, transparency, innovation, partnership, and effectiveness, every day we project the power of a new perspective. doValue, your partner for growth.
everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed.
We are Intrum. We lead the way. We provide credit services to help our clients improve cash flow, reduce non-payments, and prosper by caring for their customers. Every day, we talk to 250,000 people in debt, and every year, we assist 80,000 clients. Like Jacob in Copenhagen, he can focus on taking care of the gym, while we take care of the credit management. Or Daniel, at one of the largest media companies in Switzerland. We provide new digital solutions that save him a lot of time. Here's Rika in Madrid. She's running a logistics startup, and we help her build valuable relationships with her customers. We lead the way all over Europe by helping people do what they do best. Because we want to make a difference. For our clients, for their customers, and for society at large.
At doValue, the lead servicer in loan and real estate management in Greece, with our continuous commitment to responsibility, transparency, innovation, partnership, and effectiveness, every day we project the power of a new perspective. doValue, your partner for growth.
Everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed.
We are Intrum. We lead the way. We provide credit services to help our clients improve cash flow, reduce non-payments, and prosper by caring for their customers. Every day, we talk to 250,000 people in debt, and every year, we assist 80,000 clients. Like Jacob in Copenhagen, he can focus on taking care of the gym, while we take care of the credit management. Or Daniel, at one of the largest media companies in Switzerland. We provide new digital solutions that save him a lot of time. Here's Rika in Madrid. She's running a logistics startup, and we help her build valuable relationships with her customers. We lead the way.
So please carry on taking your seats. And let me call everybody to join me on the stage. So first of all, I would like to invite Panagiotis Avramidis, Associate Professor of Finance and Quantitative Methods at Alba Graduate Business School, the American College of Greece. Welcome. Have a seat, and we'll get you mic'd up. The next speaker, Theodore Athanasopoulos, who is the CEO of CIPEL Hellas. Please join me. Welcome. Great to have you. Please take a seat. The next speaker, Nikos Vardaramatos, CEO of Quant Master Servicer. Welcome. Have a seat. Alexandra Fatsea, General Manager, Retail and Small Business Recovery at Intrum Hellas. Welcome.
Good morning.
Morning. Take a seat. Dimos Gaganis, Chief Portfolio Strategy Officer at doValue Greece. Welcome. Please take a seat. And finally, Irene Maragoudaki, Chair of the Board of Directors of Ellington Solutions. Please welcome. Very nice to have you. Take a seat. Okay, we're just finishing getting mic'd up, and we're going to start the session. And the way we will proceed is everybody has about 5 minutes. Hopefully we'll all stick to time, and that will allow us time for questions and discussion, which will be great to have, including from our audience here today. So why don't we get started, Mr. Avramidis? I'm going to kick off with you. Please feel free to stay in your seats. You don't need to go to the podium unless you really, really want to. You can speak from here. So over to you.
Thank you very much for the invitation. As an academician and external observer of the sector, I would like to have a microeconomic review of NPLs from 2010 to date. I would say that the performance of the Greek banking system during this period remind us of the Greek Sirtaki dance. They start slow tempo and they end at dynamically. If we see the NPLs curve, there is no important change during the first years. There are three factors that resulted in that. Organization, supervisory framework, and the pandemic. Regarding the first part, NPLs are not core banking, as we call it. They are not in the core of banking work, so it was expected. When we had the crisis of 2010, the banks did not have substantially the organization to deal with this increase of NPLs, and that concerns not only procedures, but also the staff. From 2016 on, we had a solution by appointing servicers. Servicers had the knowledge to manage these portfolios. The institutional frameworks, there are two deficits first. The first was lack of out-of-court settlement, which was mentioned earlier. And I would say that combining with overprotective for the borrower loan regime led to the accumulation of NPLs. If we take into consideration the justice delays, we can understand why we had so much increase in NPLs. Quite recently, a lot of steps have been taken forward within the legal framework, the insolvency law, and the EBA guidelines. Nevertheless, these interventions need time to become fruitful, and probably they will deal with future problems mainly than already existing ones. Given this lack of institutional framework, it's not a surprise that in Greece we don't have a secondary market for loans, and especially for NPLs. The solution was given by the Hercules program, which was rather successful, I dare say. But we need to remember that Hercules program is not a direct sale of loans, but is a program of securitization. This means that partly banks are burdened, and the state, which guarantees. An unexpected factor, last but not least, that I would dare say assisted a lot was the pandemic, even though it might sound strange. In a recent survey, IMF concludes that RRF programs or regional support programs increased liquidity of businesses in Greece and their loan-taking ability. That means that a smaller number of businesses had NPLs. That, I believe, is a framework of how things evolved from the beginning of crisis to date.
Well, thanks for that. That was really, really useful and very quick summary of everything that's happened over the past decade or so. So I'm sure we can look at some of these points in more detail afterwards, but let's now hand over to Mr. Athanasopoulos, CEO of CPAL Hellas.
Ευχαριστώ. Καλημέρα και από μένα και ευχαριστώ πολύ για την πρόσκληση.
I'd like to thank you all for the invitation. I believe that what many speakers have already mentioned since the morning session is that the debate is not about the red loans and the impact they have on the bank balance sheets, but it's a private debt debate. This confirms the viewpoint according to which we are in the process of creating a debt handling ecosystem. Until 2016, we didn't have a clear framework about the servicers in the Greek market. Late 16, early 2017, first servicers came into the market. But truth be told, those transactions that have been linked with the Hercules program were the ones that actually shaped this industry in the market in Greece. We must never forget that in our country, and despite the fact that we have been able to attract servicing specific investors, experience from other countries in loan management, we must never forget that this market is still under construction. So we might have big transactions through Hercules and as a result bring down the NPL stock in the banks, but the secondary market is being created as we speak. We didn't have liquidations in the market for the past 10 years, and the entire red loan handling ecosystem, which means servicers, companies, collection centers, the so-called court clerks, the bailiffs, it's a very important part, are being, let's say, created as we speak. We used to have them, but this time they have to operate in a very specific framework with deadlines, etc. Last, I think we have reached a very good point of legislation, especially after with the new insolvency and bankruptcy law. I personally believe that it's not about whether we will have additional amendments in the law. This will never stop because we know that the system evolves, but now the stake is how quickly justice is being administered. So this is the starting point for the challenges ahead as an industry. I mean, Greek servicers, let's say 45 or 50% of the assets we handle have to do with Hercules scheme. So we have been configured, let's say, in a different way compared to foreign countries. Big part of the solutions we have focus on settlements, and another part of these solutions have to do with liquidation. In Italy, the rate is 70-30 in favor of securitization. In the Greek market, we are close to 50-50. I think both components are needed in order for red loans handling, in order for the handling of red loans to be performed. And I think we all agree that the business plans that were drafted, taking into account the COVID impact, I think that we are currently following, we are on track. Actually, we're doing even better, which means that the focus we gave on collecting the sums we're supposed to sum are doing fine. But if we measure the liquidation vis-a-vis the final transaction of assets and property in comparison with the recall of these decisions by servicers, I think we're doing fine. The problem is the delays with justice. And of course, the fact that an auction may be deferred for a couple of years, this doesn't mean that a solution has been found. The lender and the payer, they still have an issue. The problem is that the whole procedure will last long. Next point is that the market, the property market, is emitting some very good signals, but the issues about cash flow and increase of prices, these have to do with the fillets, say the good parts, the good available plots. As far as we are concerned, we are looking into the more granular assets. This will call for specialization on part and more investments in order to handle this issue. Last but not least, we are entering into a very peculiar global crisis. For me, it's more a geopolitical crisis, not a financial one. That's why it's harder to predict, to forecast how it will evolve. And this will affect the interest rates and the available income, which means that we have to be very, very meticulous vis-a-vis the the borrowers and the impact on the available income. For the time being, the fiscal balance and the fiscal policies in place have helped, but I'm sure that the duration of this crisis will affect how it will evolve.
Thank you very much indeed. Again, very clear exposition. And you said twice the problem is with the justice system. So we can come back to that and talk about what we can expect, what improvements we might expect, if any, in the coming period. So turning now to Nikos Vardaramatos, CEO of Quant Master Servicer. Welcome.
Καλημέρα και από μένα. Η δική μου τοποθέτηση θα είναι σε
Well, I will add to what the speakers of the previous panels have said. It has to do with the challenges services are facing on a daily basis and in the midterm so as to achieve the objectives. We have three main categories. The first has to do with the macroeconomic environment. The second has to do with the Greek jurisdiction and the framework in which we operate, basically. And the third one is an internal discussion that every services has in its daily work. The long-term environment, the crisis is here to stay, energy crisis is here to stay, with the increase of inflation and of interest rates to counterbalance inflation. It is a fact that actually influences the available income of households and the sustainability of businesses, Greek businesses in the market. So we expect that to have an influence in the recoveries that services have to achieve and are committed to achieve. The second that has to do with the Greek market, I believe that the bet was and still is that has to do with the courts. There are a lot of issues with the capacity of courts. That is why we have delays in the decision-making concerning the bankruptcy law. And one question is how the courts are going to facilitate the auctions, and then we have elections next year. So if we combine all of this and on how successful the out-of-court settlement will be, quite recently, we have a target, 1 billion of settlements. That means that the banks, the servicers, the government, and the public sector need to cooperate fruitfully. And sale and lease back mechanism, which is a cornerstone, as the new bankruptcy law has been characterized, it has not been established, and the challenge is to see how the investment world will decide eventually to invest under these conditions. And in internal dialogue, modus operandi, it is a business where we have a lot of small gross margins. Operational efficiency and optimization is one-way street. Digitization also. Big services are here. We need to optimize our processes because quite recently we had some complaints from the parties that we don't manage well the borrowers and customers. So that is a big challenge. How better can we be in the near future? Last but not least, well, servicing market. It is a market that follows the banking paradigm. We have 4 or 5 big services, active ones. In the secondary market, accumulation is something that the world of money loves. So there are a lot of challenges, but the Greek market does not give these challenges to them.
Yeah, some new points there, and yeah, particularly probably want to come back to talk about these shifts that we might expect within the industry, and especially to cope with what is to come. So quickly turning to our next speaker, Alexandra Fatseia, General Manager Retail and Small Business Recovery at Intrum Hellas. Welcome.
Kalimera. Thank you for this opportunity. Υπάρχουν δύο...
There are two critical questions that concern the services, the state, the citizens, that fall under the agenda of this panel, let's say. The first question is whether the debt we handle is sustainable, and of course, to what extent. The second question is whether we, the servicers, have the right tools, the right know-how and expertise in order to handle it. With respect to the first question, I would say that we can soundly say yes, as long as all methods provided for debt handling are carried out properly, starting with investments. Investments should be sustainable. In order for this to happen, then they should rely on the real capabilities, the capacity of the entrepreneurs or the investors who will proceed with them. And this is not just an issue of mathematics. It has to do with the real needs these investments have, so that the investors may keep on growing without being exhausted because of what we ask them to pay, and as a result prosper. It is very important, by means of these settlements, to allow this flexibility needed in order to fight any unpredictable cases. This is very important in order to be able to help those bad payers to come back on the right track. We have to show the right social sensitivity, because we are a very important link of the social chain. A very recent study we carried out in Intrum, after following the course of hundreds of millions of settled loans, it showed that the settlements of the past 2 years, in which we have been providing our services, compared to the active settlements that took place before, are better handled. They are better paid off by at least 15 percentage points. Why is this the case? If we study in depth the parameters of these brand new settlements, this helped us realize to say that this is the case because the way we assess right now the available income of the debtor is much more targeted. It's more realistic and agile. So this is a very important parameter. So, as for the first question, yes, the debt is sustainable as long as settlements are respected. But as for the second question, the liquidation, this is the last resort, the last solution, of course. This is the way we follow if we fail to have a proper settlement agreed upon. This has to operate. This system has to move smoothly, and as a result of certain legal acts of the past years, I think we are moving on the right track and with a better speed, so we can come up with the red tape-related issues of the past. Now, talking about the second question, are we able to handle these debts? Do we have the know-how and the capabilities or the tools needed? All of us here, the panelists, have a course of many years following a spell in banks, etc. So we know the systems within which we operate. So I would say that yes, we do have the tools necessary at many levels. Let me start with the law on debt settlement and the second chance. That has been a very, very important, brand new tool in our arsenal. The state, thanks to the effective collaboration with servicers and the General Secretariat and the banks, is now in place. This has been a quite ambitious plan. There were many concerns because such efforts have been made in the past as well. I also believe that the out-of-court settlement mechanism offers some tangible results. It's an amazingly performing tool that, as my colleague said before, we have set a very high goal. We're talking about 1 billion euros of loans settled in the near future. So, apart from the tools the state offers, we, the servicers, have made a huge investment in it. Nikos, just before me, mentioned the whole criticism we suffer. It goes without saying that we needed to invest on people, in technologies, in metrics, in training, courses. All these things happened. We keep on evolving. We become better and better. So, in conclusion, I think that both the debt may be sustainable as long as these two prerequisites apply, friendly settlements and liquidation. And second, the mechanisms are here, the tools are here, and with the services we are able, because we have the incentive, the long-term planning and the capabilities to become better and better to the benefit of both the debtors, our customers, and the investors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, very much to the point. And thank you all so far for keeping within your time limits, a very disciplined panel. So it's good to see, and setting a high bar. Next speaker is Dimos Gaganis, Chief Portfolio Strategy Officer at doValue Greece. Welcome.
Thank you. Καλημέρα και από μένα.
Good morning, everyone. I will follow the trend, and I will talk to you about
Η θεματική του συνεδρίου είναι Sustainable Finance.
settlements. Settlements is a very critical point of sustainability of the economy because it will facilitate the borrowers to come back to normality. Going back to settlements, the intensity of financial crisis in Greece in 2010 was such that demanded, and a lot of my colleagues, panelists, and the audience have experienced that, demanded for a quick answer of how to help the borrowers to pay an installment if they had the money to cover it. That started with a new generation of settlements, and since then a lot of things have changed. The banks and services have developed know-how in settlements. After this first generation I mentioned earlier, we created the first settlements where part of the debt was deposited so as to be serviced later, and we had an answer to the first generation pending issues, which was lack of payments. Nevertheless, this volume of borrowers that came to normality after the second generation of settlements, we had some haircuts of loans at the beginning, being more hesitant with the haircuts. Then we proceeded more boldly in order to allow the borrowers to pay off the rest of their loans. And at the same time, as the colleague said, There are some other settlements developed that are not linked to financial engineering, but how we can use the real estate to pay off the loan. This know-how developed in Greece. And since I work in a multinational group, I can see how valuable it is internationally to export it abroad. It is quite important also that the state creating this insolvency law followed the rationale of the financial institutions. Last but not least, the settlements, it is a very important tool, but they have a requirement. And that means that the borrowers need to come back and discuss about them.
So we have to discuss with the debtor, and sadly, figures show that the culture of payment in Greece should be improved, and recent figures coming from the auction show that 2 or 3 out of 10 debtors whose property is at the final point of liquidation, only 2 or 3 out of 10 come to discuss for a settlement. From our viewpoint, we're always there. We are always there, and it is our intention to find some common ground with the debtor and avoid the court resolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. And I'm turning now to our final speaker, Irene Maragoudaki, Chair of the Board of Directors of Ellington Solutions. Welcome.
Thank you. Καλημέρα και από μένα. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ για την πρόσκληση. Κρίνω ότι
Good morning. I think that introducing this session, the session on restructuring and financing red loans is it's to the point, as the speaker said, in the sense that even as we speak and following the important improvement of the past years, and despite the challenges and the changes that took place both at the legislative and institutional level, we still talk about this issue. We still talk about how to handle this issue because it remains one of the most important pillars for the Greek economy's sustainable development. In this context, I believe that the fall of the non-performance loan ratio is the most substantial challenge ahead. And this is something we have to see, we have to review at the level of the market as a whole, and not just with respect to the NPL ratio for banks, given that these metrics affect the Greek economy because we have many new securitizations that have been already included under the Hercules scheme. We've been through a long period, which started, I think, 10 years time, in which we have been concerned and tormented by this issue. So in this last period, banks have been dedicated very actively in reducing their NPLs to a single-digit rate, and this has been achieved by means of selling these securitizations to investors who assigned their securitized loans handling to specialized firms. Since early 2022, we observe, following the transfer of loans from the bank's P&Ls to the servicers, we observe that there is a trend and there is a great discussion about the so-called secondary market of NPLs. We already have a number of transactions taking place We have servicers selling many of these loans, and we expect more of these transactions to take place in the future. The restructuring and fragmentation of these portfolios of loans, always governed by the concept of better governance of these portfolios, has to do mainly with non-performing loans or settled loans in conjunction with other non-serviced loans. And it also has to do with the so-called thematic portfolios. For instance, hotels. The servicers, in this case, in a very targeted way and very effective way, if you ask me, address to investors who, amongst other things, have a better understanding on this specific niche market in order to provide more sophisticated solutions, more efficient solutions that take into account not only the financial statements and the delay time of these debts, but also the particularities of every specific industry with respect to the domestic market and the challenges or capabilities of this industry in order to recover the money and perhaps bring the loan back to an operational level, and of course to the recovery of the debtors to some degree of normality. At the same time, we see that this invigorates the market. It strengthens the competition because we have this rationale of the champion's challenger, in the sense that we have investors who have not entered the market yet. Now they have the opportunity to enter the market by acquiring portfolios in the secondary market, which represents a great opportunity to enter this market. From the servicer's viewpoint, a very important role in order to proceed with selling these loans, main role has played by the fact that the Hercules scheme included these loans. Given that the guarantees now are accompanied by drafting necessary and ambitious business plans, whose implementation is being monitored very strictly, and it includes specific milestones and clauses if the milestones are not met. This has, inverted commas, this has led servicers to support this solution, which is selling loans to the secondary market. This is something that abroad, especially in countries such as the US or the United Kingdom, this is something that has been happening a lot in the past. And that's what led them to be very specialized when it comes to restructuring a loan and analyzing the debtor, always having a result-driven approach. So this targeted sales of loans will further strengthen recovery of these loans, which will help both meet the target set in the business plans and shield the state with respect to the guarantees that the state has given, and this is one of the major challenges for us. And this is one of the main reasons why we should speed up and further expand the range of solutions at hand. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you very much indeed. So thanks all of you. It's a great job with your introductions in setting out some of the key issues, I think, and you've stuck to your time. So that means we've got time for a discussion. And I think if we finish this session at 12:45, we're then only running 10 minutes late. So this is quite a big achievement. Now, I've noted down a few questions for my part, but I wanted to give the opportunity for anybody from the floor to ask a question. And if you have a question, please maybe even stand up and raise your hand, because there's a lot of lights here. It's quite hard for me to see you. So any hands, first of all? I can see one over here. Gentlemen, we've got mics. When you speak, could you please just introduce yourself, who you represent, and who you are directing your question towards. Yeah.
My name is Alexandros Rokas. Kalimera σας, δικηγόρος.
I'm a lawyer specialized on bankruptcy law. This question addressed to Mr. Athanasopoulos mainly. The two most important tools provided in the previous and the new law is bankruptcy and consolidation. But as far as we can see, these tools are being underused. In the past, we believed that liquidation was a black hole, and also being a member of the team that drafted the new law, we were supposed to have liquidations being faster. We also have the e-auctions. However, the bankruptcy and the consolidation are underused. We have seen specific liquidations that have been very successful, but because we now have the e-register of solvency, it's a very useful tool. So we observe that there is a drop in the number of files being handled. I don't know, maybe the interest is less. What's going on? You have an extensive experience. Maybe it would be great to have your insights. Thank you.
I hope everybody was able to hear that, the question about underutilization of tools at hand. So would you like to respond?
Ναι.
Yes. Firstly, thank you for the question. I think the reply should be given having an eye on the corporate insolvency component. Current reality is the following. To a great extent, when the law was passed, the major corporates' portfolio have been more or less consolidated and settled. We have made clear what companies would be liquidated, and the process have started already in order to consolidate the companies in the context of the fall of the previous law, 106 and A and B. That's why we have the new law for this specific asset class and the asset segment, and we expect less consolidations to take place. The second point about bankruptcies and insolvencies. Let me be clear. Nobody wants to get mingled with the old bankruptcy procedure that was before the new law, because a main characteristic of any liquidation process is to be certain about the times, that the procedures that are being, let's say, monitored by the supervisors. Let me tell you that old liquidations fail to meet any of these two criteria. So one would expect more corporate insolvencies as a result of the new bankruptcy law. As far as we are concerned, we are currently handling certain cases at the pilot stage, so we can check whether the new law is faster compared to the enforced collection of the past. But let me emphasize on something. The new law includes specific amendments, and in some cases, by means of an insolvency, we change the asset class of the creditors, and this is something that the creditors wouldn't like to face, because at the end of the day, there's a very specific class or categorization of creditors in our legal system. So if we want to have two regimes that may be compared, then we have to follow this kind of. We have to follow this concept. That's why the biggest servicers have made clear what their strategy will be once the new law is in place. So the same law a few years ago would have been much more practical. The second thing, everybody wants to make sure that the times are right. And the third point is the categorization of the debtors, of the creditors.
Come back on this question either? No, it's okay, yeah, good. So, any other hands from the floor? Okay, if not, let me ask about something which all of you in one way or another mentioned, which is the justice system, the courts, the delays, And this is really where the problem is at. So I just wanted to get some clarity. It may be self-evident to everybody in this room and you on the stage why this is the case, but it would be good for you to explain what exactly is the problem here. Is it just because the backlogs in the court? Is it because of a lack of capacity? Is it a lack of actually expertise in this area? Or is it something altogether different? And depending on what the problem is, how can it actually be addressed? You know, so if it's a problem of a lack of expertise, is there training happening? What is the solution here? We know that these things take a very long time to change. Institutions take a long time to change, but we're in the business of trying to find some solutions here, especially given the urgency of the situation. So what exactly is the problem here? Is there anything that can be done to speed things up? And is that something that government has to do, or where does the responsibility for that lie? Who would like to answer this question?
I could take the question. Thank you.
I think that we have to make the distinction between the expectations, where we want to get, and whether there is a specific problem with our current standpoint, our standing, sorry. Our will, our desire is to have a fast mechanism of administration of justice with no backlogs, etc. Yes, but it is also important to say where we stand right now compared to the past. The judicial transformation that has taken place is of primordial importance. It's very, very important. All things have a specific learning curve. The fact that we have an e-system for the publication of decisions was something that was a wish for many, many years. So let's give it the chance to evolve. If you ask me, if you ask us, have we made it yet? No, we haven't. We're not at the right point yet. But in order to clear the backlog, we need some time. The second point, at least now, we do have the tools in order to become faster, to be faster. This applies both with respect to the administration of justice and in every aspect. We've seen the digital transformation journey of Greece as a country. We've seen how quickly, amidst the crisis, how quickly we moved away from paper. We moved away from multi-page procurement contracts, the need for signatures signed using simple pens in our banks and branches. Now we have fully automated online systems. This is something that happened in Greece, yes. So, and it works. I'm really optimistic also for the judicial administration, the administration of justice, apologies. Actually, a few days ago, we were talking with my colleagues, and we saw that the big backlog of decisions relating to the previous law has now a specific speed of clearing. We believe that by the end of 2023, a huge part of this backlog will be settled. So my end point is that one. Yes, we want justice to be administered quickly. Yes, we want the flow of decisions implemented to be smooth, but I think we now have the infrastructure to do that and the knowledge to do that. Let me add something, if I may. I just want to add to what Alexandra said, talking about justice. Currently, there is the desire, the will, on behalf of the government, and I think we need some minor tweaking of but I think that the source of this process have to be the services, because we are the ones dealing with the daily routines, you know, with the daily operations. So the things we see, the things that currently create bottlenecks, if you like, have to come as a proposal from our side. I think that the debate is on. We have channels of communication, and there's a dialogue between the state and the services. So it's something that in the near future we will find these necessary tweaks that have to happen in order for things to operate more smoothly. I would like to add the following, if I may. there is a structural difference, a structural differentiation between the Greek legal system and the legal system of other countries that emphasizes more on the judicial component, let's say. And this has to do with the fact that the Greek legal framework is based on the civil law compared to the common law in the US or in the UK. In our case, we emphasize more on the market. They emphasize more on the market-oriented solutions. In Greece, solutions have to come mainly through the filtering of the judicial system. This creates backlogs.
I would like to add the following to the discussion about the judicial system. Is an operationalization issue, and since it touches existing stocks and not procedures, it becomes even more complex. But if we want to deal with the stock, the backlog, we need to distance ourselves and think out of the box. What I mean to say, there is will and focus from the government and the judicial system to solve the issue. We have a problem which is the law 3869. And we see huge loans there. Most of them are within this law, and we had many difficulties to tackle these loans in a workflow. There is a study carried out. And we set some standards. Are the criteria met or not? If they are met, let him apply again. The backlog issue is that before the courts, we have a lot of issues that are not of legal nature, but quantitative nature. So we need to have a pre-screen backlog so as to have a legal assessment of the case and not an assessment of other issues. If we do that, we might find a solution to backlog. Unfortunately, it's a huge task and we cannot expect miracles.
I'm going to ask Mr. Kakanis now if he wants to add to that and maybe to add anything else about what shifts we might expect, further shifts within the industry in response both to the need to be more efficient and in response to some of the criticisms that have been advanced, so new technology platforms, smarter processes and so on. We need to wind up the discussion because the minister's arrived for the next session and is on a tight schedule. So I'm going to let you have the last word.
About justice, I would like to say a few words. Justice is justice, and it's a smooth operation allows it to be the result of a justice process. If justice operates smoothly and perfectly, we will have results seen in the state as well. I think that that is what the justice will do to help those in need. With regard to the future of our industry, yes, it is an industry that should be based on data. That will help us a lot to handle our portfolios and find most cost-efficient management ways and more effective ways with regard to the goals we are invited to achieve by the owners of the portfolios. Thank you very much.
and again, sorry to cut the discussion short, but you've been a really excellent panel. I think we all learned a lot about how you, as industry insiders, perceive the achievements, actually, of a whole new industry that's grown up since the crisis, and what needs still to be done, and the challenges ahead. So we're very grateful to you for that, and thank you very much. Please join me in thanking the panel. I think we will have a photograph, and we will move on. Thank you very much. Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure. Thank you. Pleasure. Thank you. Okay, we're going to immediately move on to the final session of the morning before our networking lunch. And we're going to shift the focus very much to financing for business. And we've got an excellent panel to talk about that. First of all, I would like to invite the alternate Minister of Development and Investments of Greece, Nikos Papathanasis, to join me on the stage. Welcome. Very nice to see you again.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Please take a seat. And I would also like to welcome Vasiliki Lazarakou, Chair of the Hellenic Capital Market Committee. Please join me on the stage. Welcome. Nice to see you. Please take a seat. Chris Allen, Resident Representative in Athens, Directorate General for Economic and Financial Affairs at the European Commission. Welcome. Nice to see you. Come, please take a seat. Our next speaker will be George Georgakopoulos, Managing Director for Greece at Intrum. Please welcome and join me on the stage. Lovely to meet you. Please take a seat. And finally, Eleni Vretou, Chief Executive Officer at Attica Bank. Welcome. Very nice to meet you. Please take a seat. Okay, I think everybody's nearly mic'd up. We also have a commentator who's going to join us and listen to what everybody has to say, and that is Antonios Timplalexis, Managing Director, Head of Greece, Cyprus, and Central and East European coverage at Nomura Europe. Welcome. Take a seat. Okay, I'm going to hand straight over to Mr. Papathanasis, and who's going to kick off and tell us all about what's happening on the business financing and investment front.
Thank you, Mrs. Hoy. I guess I can speak from here. I don't have to go to the podium.
Stay there, of course.
First of all, let me congratulate economists for the very interesting discussion, and also the distinguished panelists and the distinguished guest. It's a wonderful opportunity to see exactly what the environment is right now as we're moving ahead towards, I would say, the last year of this term, of this government's term, and in a very strange environment, an environment, quote-unquote, post-COVID, a hybrid, quote-unquote, hybrid war, energy war environment. And of course, as we watching very closely what is happening in Europe when it comes to the energy, as the energy is probably the most important worry we have. So during the term of this government, what we had prioritized is to work on basically on three things. First of all, we want to change the fiscal mix of our economy. We wanted to lower taxes, and we succeeded in doing that. We want to lower taxes and assist the companies operate in a healthier environment. So in that sense, we succeeded in attracting quite a few entrepreneurs investing in Greece. Greece is a place that foreign and local investors would like to position themselves. And at the same time, we wanted to change and reform our legislature in order to make things easier, make things more friendly for an investment, cutting down in red tape, bureaucracy. We did that right from the beginning, and we are working on that. And finally, I would say, always under the auspices of the social cohesion. I think social cohesion is going throughout all our legislative efforts, is to reduce NPLs in order to assist the banks to provide loans. And I think we've done quite a good job at that issue as well. So as we run through now, we have quite a few investing tools in order to support the companies. We do have three very important laws that provide incentives, basically grants, tax relief, and also skilling, upskilling support. First of all, we have the new investment law that with a new peripheral map that actually gives quite sufficient support in companies in both the grant and the tax relief issue. It could reach up to 70% in certain areas. Then we have reformed completely the strategic investment law in order to assist companies and strategic investors. And actually, we had quite a record high in FDIs. For 2021, we had an increase approximately by 75% and approximately 5 billion euros in FDIs. And pretty soon this week, you will hear also a new high digital investment that will be announced by the Prime Minister. And practically, we had in the technical sector, in the IT and technical sector, we had the past 3 years more than 4 billion euros in investments. And also, Greece was the first and running the Just Transition program in Europe. Was the first European program that also passes funds to companies that would like to invest in certain areas. Of course, the lignite production is going to be back in where it was before, but the program and the negotiation and the running of the program will stick in the initial schedule, giving the Just Transition phase a normal life, as it was, I would say, a little bit fast. And of course, now with lignite back in the use, will give it a more normal life period in order for the companies to invest. So also the Hellenic Development Bank comes with a new program that will assist small and very small companies, giving some certain guarantees. Here are the very distinguished guests from the banking sector, and we do know that we have to increase the perimeter of companies that could get financing. And of course, when we reach the investment grade, this will be extended. But from now until the investment grade, that probably will happen sometime in 2023, we still have to work giving the support we need to the small and very small companies by guarantees in order for them to participate in all these investment laws and actually succeed in growing our economy by 5% this year. This is a very high growth rate, and I think it will be celebrated by all Europe. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thanks very much for setting out the state of play now, especially regarding investment, which is, very good turnaround in Greece over the past few years on that front, for sure. So let me ask now Ms. Lazarakou to give her remarks.
Thank you. I will turn to Greek because I understand that the majority is Greek-speaking the audience. So, sorry.
Simply, I would like to say congratulations for choosing this topic. If we have this sustainable finance in a certain time, is the topic for some time now was a big question for all of us, because during periods of high prices in energy, with inflation, high inflation, one of the issues set on the table as a question was, can we continue to have priority sustainable finance and sustainability above all, and then talk about financing in terms of sustainability? And yes, all of us, at least in Europe, agreed that this is a priority to all of us. Yes, the answer is yes, it is a priority to all of us. Sustainable financing. The Commission since 2019 has as a transition to a clean circular economy, Green Deal, Action Plan, EU Renew, Sustainable Finance Strategy, which is the updated European strategy. At the same time, because all this transition costs a lot, at the same time we have the adoption of the investment pillar of the agreement, Sustainable Europe, aiming at within the next decade to have a mobilization of 3 billion of investment, including the fair transition mechanism for the period 2027 of certain billions to support employees and businesses. In this framework, the ESG, environmental social governance, is a one-way street with constant prioritization. We are moving towards this direction, and we go on without any delays. It's not easy because it costs a lot. On the other hand, if we do it properly, it is a big challenge for businesses and the whole sector, because with the financing of the banking system and the initiatives already taken by the government, as Mr. Papathanassis said, we can have continuation and an investment in innovation, so as companies to transform themselves and become more modern. In this framework, we have corporate energy saving investments. Mr. Allen could talk to us about that probably, especially for SMEs. So given that as a reality, and because we want to have socially responsible businesses that support transparency and governance, we can be optimistic that we will be able to move forward with sustainability and sustainable investments. With regard to the tools in a general framework of Europe, I would like to mention some initiatives that are discussed, and we have consultation at European level. Greek bonds is the first one. There is the blueprint regulation to have a standard. That will help a lot because green bonds are there, of course, but based on some principles there is an alignment. But this regulation will bring a standardization, as I said, and we will talk about an alignment and transparency of what the green bond might be and is. And certifications, a lot of issues. We have a lot of raters that give certification about what green investment is. Since they use different methodologies and models, we have different results. ESMA has asked from Commission to move forward so as to have a supervision and certification of the certifiers to be sure about the methods and methodology use of those that do the certifications of green investments. And another issue is legislation. Integrating a legislation will assist us to have a clear framework for businesses to operate. For example, we know that we have the FDR, the mechanism for fund managers, taxonomy, and so as to have all goals, CSRD, which is expected to change the existing framework, and all listed companies will be included in that. And a great effort about ESI, about society, because environmental has already been discussed, as is lagging behind. So we try to accelerate things. And G, governance. In the framework of OECD, there is a discussion about including all changes in the principles of corporate governance. So changes are of paramount importance to include climate change standards, due diligence of services. This directive, which has to do with all ESG part. So we want to integrate the whole framework, and we, as a Capital Market Commission, we stand by the listed companies and all kinds of companies to be sure that they know the framework. We have started an effort to inform everybody, and we will continue our efforts so as the Greek ecosystem to be aware and be ahead of the developments out what is happening today at European level. Thank you very much.
Very much. I'm sure we'll come back to the question of ESG regulation, which has been getting a lot of flack, the whole concept recently, including in my own publication, The Economist, in July, which said that it was well-meaning but deeply flawed at the moment, so we can come back to that. But let me turn now to you, Chris Allen, to hear what the European Commission has to say about how Greece is doing on this front.
Okay, well, thank you very much for inviting me to this panel, which I think is tremendously important. I mean, as far as I can see, sustainable finance has two meanings. One is ongoing finance, and the other one is environmentally relevant finance, and I'd like to say a little bit about both. First of all, as the Minister said, Greece is growing quite strongly at the moment. It's certainly on the map for international investors, and I have to say we've been through two crises, coronavirus, energy prices, and now perhaps there's a third crisis that we have to confront, which is the raise in interest rates across the world, not just in Europe. What is therefore very important is how the banking system is going to react to this increase in interest rates. I think, as was discussed before, in a sense the banking sector is in a good state. Deposits are up after coronavirus. NPLs are down to 10%, and liquidity is looking good. But as well as that, I think there's a second reason that I'm rather confident about the continued intermediation of loans, and that's because of the loans program of the Recovery and Resilience Plan. Now, this is quite a big program. It's some 12.7 billion, as Julia mentioned earlier. It effectively provides a zero interest rate financing for up to half of an investment. So, for instance, a supermarket chain has signed a loan with one of the banks. The total value of the investment is 12.6 million, and 6.3 million comes from the RRP. In this particular case, of course, the effective interest rate on the investment is considerably lower than the market interest rate. And actually, I would say things are going quite quickly. At the moment, there's some 600 million of RRP-related loans, which I guess means there's about 1.2 billion worth of investments which have been financed. And this is really very significant. And if you take the 12.7 billion and say, well, that would allow maybe up to 25.4 billion worth of investments, which is of the order of, 12.5% of GDP. This is big and potentially very significant. And I think this is an important reason that you could be relatively positive about the inward foreign investment into Greece being also reflected by active domestic investment. So I think that's the first thing which is worth saying. Now, I would say that crucial to this is that the banks themselves keep their margins where they are and don't use the scheme to increase their margins. But I think otherwise, on the domestic front, it looks rather positive. But I would say that there is another challenge, and this is a challenge again for the banks to address. And this is, I think, the challenge of the energy shock. Clearly, there is a need to make very urgent investments in the corporate sector, which are energy saving. As you know, the European Council reckons that gas demand needs to be reduced by 15% by March, which is quite ambitious. And it's very clear that it's important that banks take this on board. Now, I have to say that energy investments for the corporate sector are much more complicated than the Ex Economos scheme. They reflect installation of renewables, they reflect digitization of production, they reflect various other improvements, heat pumps and LED lighting. And I think there are two issues which I think need to be addressed there, and if I can just mention them quickly. I think the first one, and an important one, is it's fine for the bigger firms to do studies, etc., for these investments, but it seems to me that's much more difficult for smaller firms. And I think from that point of view, it's important that the banks and also the public sector try to do something in terms of making such loan approvals more automatic. And secondly, it's crucial what the energy price assumption of these studies is. And from that point of view, I think there's a very good argument for some public subsidy for such investments. Actually, such subsidies do exist within the Recovery Fund, but I think it's very important that these energy-saving subsidies and the digital subsidies, which are already available, are focused particularly on such investments. So I think what I have to say is hopefully quite optimistic, but I think it puts a big burden on the banks to actually implement this. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. So The next speaker is George Georgakopoulos, who is the Managing Director for Intrum in Greece. Welcome.
Thank you. For the ones who may not know Intrum, we are managing non-performing loans. In this market, we're managing in the range of about 55 billion euro legal claims, so quite sizable book. I mean, at the end of the day, in an economy of, as Minister Sekura said, 200 billion, so quite a sizable book that we have in this market. We are sponsors today, and actually we're proud sponsors of the conference. Of course, we're delighted to see The Economist, such a prestigious publication and conference organizer, taking more interest in our market. But the real reason we are sponsors today is that we are truly committed as a company and worldwide on sustainability. As a matter of fact, actually, if you see the annual report of Intrum, it's called the Annual Financial and Sustainability Report. So when we saw the sustainability finance in the title, sorry, economists, but we couldn't hold back, we had to participate. Look, I think I would focus the 3-4 minutes I have on one specific topic, which is what is sustainable financing and sustainable solutions for corporates in this market. Broadly speaking, out of the 50 billion that we manage in this market, actually 55, 30 or about 30 billion of legal claim are relating to companies. So the question is, by the way, many of those companies, more than half of those companies associated to that I mentioned, are operating companies. They're out there doing business. So the question is, how do you manage that in a sustainable manner? So corporate debt and corporate management of NPEs. So what the society, economy, everybody wants is to get them back on their feet in a healthy way. That's what we all want. You know, there are employees, there are owners and managers and employees who have worked big part of their life to set up those companies and run them. We want them alive and well, back on their feet doing business. But there is something we all do not want. We do not want zombie companies in the market. It's bad practice everywhere, and in an economy that is trying to get out of recession, is harmful to the core and the bone of any recovery effort. So zombie companies are not good for society and the economy. So in practice then, when we have a company and we do multi-billion management of those, what tools can we use? One of the things that we heard in the public press recently is we should give them more loans. Sorry, I don't think so. I don't think that the solution is to put good money after bad, and I do not think that you solve the problem of an over-indebted company by giving more loans to that company. I don't think it's a good idea. Sorry to diverge from a mainstream view on that one. So, but you have to make it work and you have to get it back to life. How do we do it? In practice, the first thing we do to have a sustainable solution for such a company is when we restructure the debt of the company, is to allow adequate working capital in the company. So we're not to draw out the resources of the company. That's the first thing we do. And we do it in a sustainable manner, getting the company to rely on its own resources to start with. Second, very important thing that we do, and we do it extensively at Intrum, surely others do it as well, is to try to get fresh equity capital into those companies, fresh, true investment into those companies, new expertise into those companies. And we do it in a number of ways. We try to get, and we are quite successful in getting new development capital in those companies in a number of occasions, using tools that Minister Papathanassis here and Minister Georgiadis have put in place, which are the so-called ESPA, Regional Support Frameworks. We have desks, because many of our companies are medium and small companies. We have desks that specially understand all the various frameworks, all the various types of financing, ESPAs, available to them. We call the companies and we try to facilitate so they go and they get the support that they could get. And finally, the new recovery framework, a huge opportunity. We have educated ourselves and we look to educate our customers. Finally, an example of a big restructuring case we have undertaken in a whole sector and actually we have done it recently. Hotels in Greece, there are many. Some of them are doing well, some of them are not doing well. We manage 400 hotels at Intrum in Greece, the debt of 400 hotels. We took recently 70 odd of those loans. We put them in one package, and we ran a competitive, successful process where the problem we're trying to solve is how we get investors into those hotels fundamentally. And we actually have been successful. We have announced we have a preferred bidder. Hopefully we'll close the transaction soon. But the heart of it is, how do you get, and that's the problem we have tried to solve, how do you get fresh capital, expertise in those companies to bring them truly back to sustainability? Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Turning now to Eleni Vretou, Chief Executive Officer, Attica Bank. Welcome.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to say that we heard some very interesting statements by my fellow speakers here. And yes, we do accept the challenge of taking on the burden, with some caveats, though, which I'm going to elaborate in a little while. I think we're living unprecedented times right now. Many people of our generation have not really learned how to operate business under a highly inflationary environment with high cost of labor, scarcity of labor at the same time, both skilled and non-skilled workforce, scarcity in the energy, or the likelihood of scarcity in energy, and very high energy prices. And within this context, we actually ask our customers, clients, to adopt and incorporate ESG. And the point that I keep hearing from many of our customers is that, yes, this sounds all very, very nice in theory, and yes, we would like to be more environmentally conscious, but we need to survive today. And if I don't survive today, then we have to face much more serious issues. So I think this is not just the era where we face unprecedented challenges, but it's also the era where we face dilemmas. And what I say, what I mean by the dilemma around sustainability is that what is the right mix of short-term survival, what I need to do today in order to survive, and what is the right level of investment that is necessary for me to be long-term viable, sustainable, and be able to be competitive in this volatile environment across Europe and the world. Equally, this is the dilemma around what component of the ESG is more important. Is it the environment or is it social cohesion? Can I actually, if I invest right now in just and if I finance as a bank just the green projects and I leave out some of the small and medium enterprises which are not there as mature as some of the larger ones, am I still relevant, or do I push them out of the market? Do I actually push them not to be survivors? So I think the answer, the good news is that we as Attica Bank can relate with many of such dilemmas that our customers face. So we're a small and medium bank facing a lot of problems right now and challenges, you all know. We are currently devising our 5-year business plan, which I'm not going to share more because Mrs. Lazarakou here is probably going to beat me up, if not deport me from the country. But what I have to say is that one of the key components in our transition is ESG. And it's not just ESG for what we do for our customers, so actually increasing the percentage of sustainable projects that we actually favor, we give the right incentives, we try to be a constructive driver in the revamping of the economy, driving sustainability. And when I say sustainability, I don't just mean the environment, incentivizing proper good governance and taking this across the space, the corporate space. Because as we said, many people see this as an expensive sport for a few. We actually need to do this a necessity by choice, not because they have to, but a necessity by choice across all the small and medium enterprise space. And I think it is thanks to all the good work done by the Ministry of Development and the Ministry of Finance that have actually given the right tools for those type of companies to remain relevant. So going back to us, ESG is what we do for our customers, but it's also what we do for us internally, is our own internal journey. And we know that the path to that is going to be difficult, is going to be challenging, is going to have many obstacles out there, but it's a one-way street. And because we actually have to adopt this ourselves, and we see also, even from the moment that we start devising our new business plan how important this is in order to remain relevant, not just for the 2 or 3 year term, but in the longer term horizon. We actually know how to relay this experience to our customers as well. What we need to do, and we need the regulators' patience and the government's patience and like an incentivization in many of these things, is actually that this gradual transition is indeed gradual, and it's a balancing act. Because you can't build Rome in one day. You can't have a magic wand. You need to educate people. You need to change the culture. People need to adopt ESG because they see the value in this, not because it's a mandatory regulatory requirement. Because otherwise, we will have completely failed, both as institutions, as business, as banks, as society as a whole. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm now turning to you, Antonios, to reflect on some of the things that you've heard just now from the Minister and other panelists.
Sure. So I guess from my perspective, maybe representing one of the investment banks, global investment banks, I heard my fellow speakers very carefully. I wanted to stress a bit more on how the market is today and how will probably shape in the next few months, hopefully not years. It looks like a very difficult environment. As Eleni said as well, all the wrong ingredients are there. You have all the pressures, inflation, you have recession almost coming. The central banks who were actually there before in order to help alleviate the pain, if I may say, they're not there. They seem not to be there, and there seems to be also very dramatical moves happening, both from the states and the central banks, maybe not on the same directions all the time. So I guess that doesn't paint a very colorful picture. If I spend another minute, I guess, on markets, the DCM market is broken. The ECM market is completely shut. There's no equity. So I'm saying all that because at the end of the day, I think it's down to the banks, I think, locally, and obviously Greece as well, to help the economy. Obviously, it's not going to be easy, but I think the advantage of Greece is that we've been through this prolonged period of trouble, if I may say, the last 10 years. I'm referring to up to 18, 19, 20, whatever you want to put the bar. And I think that made the economy more resilient, more focused, more structured. All the reforms happened. The debt as well, from servicing perspectives is sustainable. Obviously, it's a very big quantum, but I think what the government has done as well lately, having done issues the last few years, having the cash buffers, put the Greece in a perspective that we don't have to issue a lot in markets that are shut, so that makes things a bit easier against other countries that would have a lot of issues to do. So the banks as well, if I may, they've done a lot of work on the NPLs front. The servicers are there. They're now owned by international firms that have done this business across Europe and the world. So the NPL front is going better. And definitely, I guess what we need to see from the banks that are very liquid at this stage, and they have better capitalizations definitely than before, to try to employ some of that liquidity to the sector. I totally agree with Mr. Georgopoulos as well, not to go to companies and just throw money out of the window, if I may, but focus on sectors and companies that make sense. And I think Greece, relatively to some of its peers, is in a better position than comparing some years ago, even though the environment is not great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, now it's over to you, not just me, for some questions and answers and discussion. So as before, if anybody wants to put a question to the Minister or any other of the panelists, can you please raise your hand, wave it about so I can see. I can't see any hands at the moment. So while you're thinking about that,
we've made everything clear, so there's no...
Absolutely. But I have a question.
Sure.
And, you know, I'm really struck coming to Greece from the UK and elsewhere in Europe about how the mood music is much more positive here, certainly than the UK, but also than elsewhere in Europe. And that was the case when we were here for our government roundtable at the beginning of July, and it's still the case now. So, and I think there's good reasons for that. Personally, I think Greece is actually in a stronger position than some of the central European powers at the moment as regards vulnerability to this energy shock, energy supply shock. But obviously it cannot escape the price shock, and it will not escape the fallout from a recession in the Eurozone next year. And I wonder whether we're being too sanguine about what is coming. So I'm putting this to you, and Minister, and to ask, is there any sign yet of unease within in Greece? I mean, certainly from businesses, they're worried about inflation, they're worried about increasing interest rates, they're worried about wages, wage demands, and they're worried about recession, and that's likely to result in you know, more caution about borrowing, about spending, about investment. Is that not really something that is on the horizon here yet in Greece? Will Greece, to some degree, be able to buck the trend elsewhere in Europe? And do you think it's really feasible that Greece will get investment grade in 2023?
So you've placed difficult questions. I'll try to answer. But when it comes down to the mood, what can I tell you, John? We're very good students. We've learned, you know, Antonio said earlier that Greece is in a better position from where it was before. It's the economy, BIP. It's the economy. We've learned that we have to behave. I think Greece has experience on that. And whatever we do, we know we have to abide by the fiscal rules. So also, we managed to bounce back very fast from 2020, as we had a decrease by 9%, and we had an increase in our GDP by 8% in 2021 because we had structural reforms, and also whatever we did, we had to follow our fiscal planning. And of course, Eleni posed the question, what is it, a social cohesion or environment? It could be both. It could be both and fiscal proper behavior. So Greece now, following this 12-year period, is actually facing a new era with a new view in this area. We want to be sustainable. We want to rehabilitate or restructure all the companies. We're bringing in new capital, George, and I think at the same time we would like to assist healthy companies to invest. That's why we are working very hard on these investment tools we have. And I could say that there's regions or there's parts that we are still behind, but not only us. I would say ESG Vasiliki, is something that we have to work. As you see, many companies in the stock exchange that are looking around to find their way. So we still have to work. We believe that we will follow all the proper routes in order to achieve sustainability. First of all our growth will be backed by the social cohesion. It's very important because we have to look at people. People matter, and we have to be very careful. The energy crisis, it's something that awakened Europe with a very high delay because there were some great contracts that supported the industry of some other countries with cheap energy. We are much lower dependent on gas from Russia, and we have a plan to become an energy hub. That's why we added an FSRU in Alexandroupolis. We increased our capacity in Revithoussa, so we believe we'll tackle this problem. Of course, there's many parameters that are not known, but I believe that now that Europe has awakened, I think the era ahead is much better. We will pass through difficult times, for sure, but we are fully Europeans. We believe in Europe. We believe in the cohesion of Europe, and we'll stay strong in our growth prospect. I think this is our target. Yes, we believe that we will sustain this growth in the next year, as I said, and still we hope that this country will be a country for people, digital nomads, for people maybe that would like to come and pass their winter here, and it's a country that will keep on growing. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that answer. Chris, did you want to come in?
Yes, just a couple of things to perhaps say why Greece perhaps is in a better spot than it has been in for a long time. And one reason is clearly, indeed, the commitment of the government to undertaking further reforms and to prudent fiscal policy. But I think the other reason, and I think the reason that is more fundamental, is in a sense Greece has lost 10 years of investments. There are two very big things in terms of competitiveness that Greece has. One is its location. For logistics, for renewables, for also agro-food, the location for tourism is excellent. But it has a second very important advantage. And the second one is human capital, particularly in IT, in medicine, in engineering. Greek human capital is very strong. And I have to say, one of the most interesting things for me is that you have seen through the coronavirus going digital, we have suddenly seen the flourishing of networks of expatriate Greeks linking with that human capital in Greece and developing some really quite astonishing things. The Intech Center in Thessaloniki, for instance, shows how this network of expatriates have really come together to create some quite extraordinary things. And that is now possible. So that's, I think, the really big story. Of course, the first point about the commitment of the governments to reforms is an absolutely necessary point, but it's not sufficient. It's this, the potential for investments that strikes me. Thank you.
Thank you. Vasiliki?
Yes. I don't want to comment about the extraordinary path that we have taken as far as reforms is concerned, as far as the growth. I just want to add something which is having to do with the environment, as not, let's say, the financial environment. What we as regulators try to do, and we have done in the past for the listed companies, is to make sure that they, let's say, that they provide in the financial statements of the company, they provide all the necessary information regarding the impact that any kind of, let's say, the cost of energy is concerned, the geopolitical risks are concerned. We have sent letters once, you know, at the moment when Russia started the war with Ukraine. So what is important and what we'll also try to emphasize now again is to make sure that all these risks are reflected accurately in the financial statements of the listed companies. Just to mention this because you referred also to the relevant risks of the ecosystem.
Yeah, thanks. Well, and just continuing this, so I think there are very solid arguments to say why Greece is in a stronger position and why Greece is in a position to actually use this crisis to develop, especially as a regional energy hub, you know, throughout the whole Balkan region. But assuming that corporates are going to be, as well as households, obviously, are going to be feeling the pinch, to put it that way, in later this year, through next year as well, especially next winter. What can banks and a debt management agency do to help companies manage the impact of all the above, higher interest rates, inflation, households and corporates with really constrained finances? What are you thinking about this already, about what advice you can be dispensing?
Look, I think, you know, Intrum, we are in 24 European markets. We cover all the markets. I genuinely don't think that there is any other market in Europe or elsewhere that we know of that has more expertise than Greece in managing those crises with households, with business, etc. We have made rocket science out of it. So in terms of having tools and expertise to manage what you call inflation, taking a pinch, etc., I think we have all the tools. But maybe interesting to say the following. We heard earlier today the views of the macroeconomists or Minister Staikouras and the Governor Stournaras speaking about the future growth, etc., etc., etc. I can give you the microeconomics kind of view, which is coming from the tens of billions of portfolios we manage. You see, having hundreds, we have 1 million debtors in this market, ourselves only. So seeing their payment and repayment behavior, we can draw conclusions as to their expectations about the future. Because very simply, if you think that your business next month is not going to have working capital, you may be inclined not to pay your loan installment this month. The same if you think that as a household, you may lose your job next month, or the month after, or the month after. So you will not prioritize the repayment of the loan, as simple as that. Therefore, the repayment behavior on 1 million customers that we have is a quite good indicator and predictor of what they think about the next few quarters in the future. And the answer is that they do not expect a crisis. They do not expect a deep earth-shattering crisis in this market. We may all be wrong, 1 million of them, but at this point in time, that's the expectation. As a matter of fact, we have record cash inflows from the portfolios this year versus last year, and the great majority of those inflows, the 80+%, is not legal enforcement, is voluntary payments we receive on settlements. So what the market or the economic agents, if real people, households, businesses think about the future, they are, of course, concerned. We are all concerned. I mean, we're reasonable people. Of course, we are concerned. But they do not expect a deep crisis coming our way. And in terms of the tools, we have enough expertise to deal with pretty much anything. And second to none, if I may say. In all modesty, if I may say, second to none.
if I may add something to that, I think if there is one thing that the Greek market knows how to do well, is actually to manage a crisis, because we've had to do this since 2009 onwards. And I may sound a little bit too negative, but some of the commentary today do sound a little bit familiar with what I was hearing in 2008, right before going to London at the time, when it was almost like the orchestra playing while the Titanic was sinking. So I think what we need to relate to our customers, actually, as banks, is that they need to prepare, even if they do not foresee that there might be a severe crisis the next year or two, but they need to prepare against all possibilities. And the same goes around the point that you made about interest rates. I remember about 18 months ago, I was going to customers saying, you need to hedge, the curve is rising. People were saying, but it's too expensive right now. And, and the reality has proven them wrong in what they were saying, not just 18 months, but 12 months ago. So I think what we need to do is that we need to stay close to our clients as advisors, and they need to listen to us sometimes. And I think the second thing that we need to do as banks is to support them in the difficult times by providing financing, not just effectively, but also in a speedy way as well. Because if you delay the process, then time runs against you. The third thing that we can do, and I think we've been hugely supported by the government, is to provide them the tools and advise them what is the best tool for the different customers, because every type of customer needs a different solution. It's not one size fits all. And we also need to incentivize them properly to drive consolidation. And I don't mean consolidation in terms of mergers necessarily. It can be around sourcing, trying to find solutions where people can reduce their cost base by trying to work together. And the reality is that this is something that we haven't been as good in Greece yet, but we hope that this crisis yet again is going to provide a little bit more evidence why this is necessary to happen, particularly in the smaller part of the corporate segment. Thank you.
Antonios, did you want to add anything at all?
Maybe just a small comment on the back of what we discussed already, that local markets and local banks should help get the economy going here and continue going here. Greek banks were discussed. You had Greek corporates and Greek banks tapping the market. Some years ago, you had 10, 12 issues. Now you have 0 because the markets are not there. So the local market, stock market and debt market, I think could be crucial to have some of the retail investors coming in and bridging the gap for the debt market. And hopefully, when things go better as well, something that we have not seen for a long time in Greece, any equity raisings. That needs to start happening. I'm hearing some good news, very good and established companies on the infra space, maybe going to the Greek stock market. I think the Greek banks as well would be very helpful for local firms when the market's allowed to start that trend as well.
Thanks. Just final question for the Minister before we go for lunch. So we're less than 1 year away from an election in Greece. It might be quite a lot less than a year away from election. Well, obviously, there's always speculation about that, whether it might happen next spring. A lot depends, I guess, on what happens during the winter. But what I want to ask you is, as you're coming towards the end of your mandate, can certainly point to quite a few accomplishments. What will be your priority now for the coming period? What's at the top of your agenda in your ministry?
Okay, I think we will, top priority would be to sustain all the reformist work that we have started. We must not and we will not stop, continue with the reforms and the structural reforms. I think it is very important because truly, Chris said it, that we've lost 10 years, so we are gaining ground, so we have to continue on that path, and I think we will not deviate from any of our targets. So we will continue our work. We will we will present our work to the people. And I think the people will entrust us, because actually the work needs 2 terms. The people will entrust us another term, and we believe that we'll gain absolute majority. In any way, this country will be governed. We will be the first, and we believe that we will be trusted again to continue this work that we've started 3 years ago. So the elections will be at the end of the term next year, and we believe that the Greek people will recognize all the good work that has been done, and the stability and the strength that this country shows in the rest of the world.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for that answer. And thank you all of the panelists in this final pre-lunch session. It's been great having you all. Really nice discussion. We're going to have a photograph. We're going to have lunch now, a networking lunch for 1 hour, and you will return here. That sounds very disciplinarian. You will return here in 1 hour at 2:40. So see you all for very important discussions this afternoon. Thank you.
We are Interim. We lead the way. We provide credit services to help our clients improve cash flow, reduce non-payments, and prosper by caring for their customers. Every day, we talk to 250,000 people in debt, and every year, we assist 80,000 clients. Like Jacob in Copenhagen, he can focus on taking care of the gym, while we take care of the credit management. Or Daniel, at one of the largest media companies in Switzerland. We provide new digital solutions that save him a lot of time. Here's Rika in Madrid. She's running a logistics startup, and we help her build valuable relationships with her customers. We lead the way all over Europe by helping people do what they do best. Because we want to make a difference for our clients, for their customers, and for society at large.
At doValue, the lead servicer in loan and real estate management in Greece, with our continuous commitment to responsibility, transparency, innovation, partnership, and effectiveness, every day we project the power of a new perspective. doValue, your partner for growth.
nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed.
We are Intrum. We lead the way. We provide credit services to help our clients improve cash flow, reduce non-payments, and prosper by caring for their customers. Every day, we talk to 250,000 people in debt, and every year, we assist 80,000 clients. Like Jacob in Copenhagen, he can focus on taking care of the gym, while we take care of the credit management. Or Daniel, at one of the largest media companies in Switzerland. We provide new digital solutions that save him a lot of time. Here's Rika in Madrid. She's running a logistics startup, and we help her build valuable relationships with her customers. We lead the way all over Europe by helping people do what they do best. Because we want to make a difference. For our clients, for their customers, and for society at large.
At doValue, the lead servicer in loan and real estate management in Greece, with our continuous commitment to responsibility, transparency, innovation, partnership, and effectiveness, every day we project the power of a new perspective. doValue, your partner for growth.
Everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed.
We are Interim. We lead the way. We provide credit services to help our clients improve cash flow, reduce non-payments, and prosper by caring for their customers. Every day, we talk to 250,000 people in debt, and every year, we assist 80,000 clients. Like Jacob in Copenhagen, he can focus on taking care of the gym, while we take care of the credit management. Or Daniel, at one of the largest media companies in Switzerland. We provide new digital solutions that save him a lot of time. Here's Rika in Madrid. She's running a logistics startup, and we help her build valuable relationships with her customers. We lead the way all over Europe by helping people do what they do best. Because we want to make a difference for our clients, for their customers, and for society at large.
At doValue, the lead servicer in loan and real estate management in Greece, with our continuous commitment to responsibility, transparency, innovation, partnership, and effectiveness, every day we project the power of a new perspective. doValue, your partner for growth.
nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed.
We are Intrum. We lead the way. We provide credit services to help our clients improve cash flow, reduce non-payments, and prosper by caring for their customers. Every day, we talk to 250,000 people in debt, and every year, we assist 80,000 clients. Like Jacob in Copenhagen, he can focus on taking care of the gym, while we take care of the credit management. Or Daniel, at one of the largest media companies in Switzerland. We provide new digital solutions that save him a lot of time. Here's Rika in Madrid. She's running a logistics startup, and we help her build valuable relationships with her customers. We lead the way all over Europe by helping people do what they do best. Because we want to make a difference for our clients, for their customers, and for society at large.
At doValue, the lead servicer in loan and real estate management in Greece, with our continuous commitment to responsibility, transparency, innovation, partnership, and effectiveness, every day we project the power of a new perspective. doValue, your partner for growth.
Everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed.
We are Intrum. We lead the way. We provide credit services to help our clients improve cash flow, reduce non-payments, and prosper by caring for their customers. Every day, we talk to 250,000 people in debt, and every year, we assist 80,000 clients. Like Jacob in Copenhagen, he can focus on taking care of the gym, while we take care of the credit management. Or Daniel, at one of the largest media companies in Switzerland. We provide new digital solutions that save him a lot of time. Here's Rika in Madrid. She's running a logistics startup, and we help her build valuable relationships with her customers. We lead the way all over Europe by helping people do what they do best. Because we want to make a difference. For our clients, for their customers, and for society at large.
At doValue, the lead servicer in loan and real estate management in Greece, with our continuous commitment to responsibility, transparency, innovation, partnership, and effectiveness, every day we project the power of a new perspective. doValue, your partner for growth.
nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed.
We are Intrum. We lead the way. We provide credit services to help our clients improve cash flow, reduce non-payments, and prosper by caring for their customers. Every day, we talk to 250,000 people in debt, and every year, we assist 80,000 clients. Like Jacob in Copenhagen, he can focus on taking care of the gym, while we take care of the credit management. Or Daniel, at one of the largest media companies in Switzerland. We provide new digital solutions that save him a lot of time. Here's Rika in Madrid. She's running a logistics startup, and we help her build valuable relationships with her customers. We lead the way all over Europe by helping people do what they do best. Because we want to make a difference for our clients, for their customers, and for society at large.
At doValue, the lead servicer in loan and real estate management in Greece, with our continuous commitment to responsibility, transparency, innovation, partnership, and effectiveness, every day we project the power of a new perspective. doValue, your partner for growth.
everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed.
We are Intrum. We lead the way. We provide credit services to help our clients improve cash flow, reduce non-payments, and prosper by caring for their customers. Every day, we talk to 250,000 people in debt, and every year, we assist 80,000 clients. Like Jacob in Copenhagen, he can focus on taking care of the gym, while we take care of the credit management. Or Daniel, at one of the largest media companies in Switzerland. We provide new digital solutions that save him a lot of time. Here's Rika in Madrid. She's running a logistics startup, and we help her build valuable relationships with her customers. We lead the way all over Europe by helping people do what they do best. Because we want to make a difference for our clients, for their customers, and for society at large.
At doValue, the lead servicer in loan and real estate management in Greece, with our continuous commitment to responsibility, transparency, innovation, partnership, and effectiveness, every day we project the power of a new perspective. doValue, your partner for growth.
Everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed.
We are Interim. We lead the way. We provide credit services to help our clients improve cash flow, reduce non-payments, and prosper by caring for their customers. Every day, we talk to 250,000 people in debt, and every year, we assist 80,000 clients. Like Jacob in Copenhagen, he can focus on taking care of the gym, while we take care of the credit management. Or Daniel, at one of the largest media companies in Switzerland. We provide new digital solutions that save him a lot of time. Here's Rika in Madrid. She's running a logistics startup, and we help her build valuable relationships with her customers. We lead the way all over Europe by helping people do what they do best. Because we want to make a difference for our clients, for their customers, and for society at large.
At doValue, the lead servicer in loan and real estate management in Greece, with our continuous commitment to responsibility, transparency, innovation, partnership, and effectiveness, every day we project the power of a new perspective. doValue, your partner for growth.
nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed.
We are Intrum. We lead the way. We provide credit services to help our clients improve cash flow, reduce non-payments, and prosper by caring for their customers. Every day, we talk to 250,000 people in debt, and every year, we assist 80,000 clients. Like Jacob in Copenhagen, he can focus on taking care of the gym, while we take care of the credit management. Or Daniel, at one of the largest media companies in Switzerland. We provide new digital solutions that save him a lot of time. Here's Rika in Madrid. She's running a logistics startup, and we help her build valuable relationships with her customers. We lead the way all over Europe by helping people do what they do best. Because we want to make a difference. For our clients, for their customers, and for society at large.
At doValue, the lead servicer in loan and real estate management in Greece, with our continuous commitment to responsibility, transparency, innovation, partnership, and effectiveness, every day we project the power of a new perspective. doValue, your partner for growth.
Everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed.
We are Intrum. We lead the way. We provide credit services to help our clients improve cash flow, reduce non-payments, and prosper by caring for their customers. Every day, we talk to 250,000 people in debt, and every year, we assist 80,000 clients. Like Jacob in Copenhagen, he can focus on taking care of the gym, while we take care of the credit management. Or Daniel, at one of the largest media companies in Switzerland. We provide new digital solutions that save him a lot of time. Here's Rika in Madrid. She's running a logistics startup, and we help her build valuable relationships with her customers. We lead the way all over Europe by helping people do what they do best. Because we want to make a difference. For our clients, for their customers, and for society at large.
At doValue, the lead servicer in loan and real estate management in Greece, with our continuous commitment to responsibility, transparency, innovation, partnership, and effectiveness, every day we project the power of a new perspective. doValue, your partner for growth.
nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed.
We are Interim. We lead the way. We provide credit services to help our clients improve cash flow, reduce non-payments, and prosper by caring for their customers. Every day, we talk to 250,000 people in debt, and every year, we assist 80,000 clients. Like Jacob in Copenhagen, he can focus on taking care of the gym, while we take care of the credit management. Or Daniel, at one of the largest media companies in Switzerland. We provide new digital solutions that save him a lot of time. Here's Rika in Madrid. She's running a logistics startup, and we help her build valuable relationships with her customers. We lead the way all over Europe by helping people do what they do best. Because we want to make a difference for our clients, for their customers, and for society at large.
At doValue, the lead servicer in loan and real estate management in Greece, with our continuous commitment to responsibility, transparency, innovation, partnership, and effectiveness, every day we project the power of a new perspective. doValue, your partner for growth.
get started with the very next important session, sustainable funding, keeping the taps open, where we have a lovely panel of people from the Greek banking sector. I am going to invite each of our speakers to join me on the stage one by one, and then you will be mic'd up as you arrive. So can I first invite Konstantinis Vassiliou, Deputy CEO and Head of Corporate and Investment Banking, Executive Member of the Board of Directors at Euro Bank. Yeah, got the right bank. Have a seat, yes. Next up, may I invite Ioannis Emiris, General Manager, Wholesale Banking at Alpha Bank. Welcome. Good to meet you. And please take the next seat. Vasilis Karamouzis, General Manager of Corporate and Investment Banking, Member of the Executive Committee at the National Bank of Greece. Welcome. Theodore Tsouros, Member of the Group Executive Committee, Executive General Manager, Group Chief Corporate and Investment Banking, Piraeus Bank. Welcome. Paris Economou, Member of the Executive Committee, Head of Wholesale Banking, Optima Bank. Welcome. Antonios Vourakis, Chief Digital and Retail Officer at Pancreta Bank. Welcome. And Michael Ayiru, Chairman, Council of Economic Advisors. Nice to see you again. Please have a seat. And our commentator, Fotis Kourmoussis, Executive Member of the Board of Directors, Hellenic Financial Stability Fund. Have a seat. Thank you. So, hopefully you've all had a nice lunch, had some coffee, and you're all ready for our very important discussions this afternoon. So this session is going to run a bit differently. It's going to take the form of a conversation and a Q&A between myself and the panelists. And then if we have time at the end, we can take questions from the audience. We've got quite a bit of time for this session, which runs through until 15:55. So I'm going to go one by one in the order in which I invited you. So Mr. Vassiliou, first of all, my first question is, what can banks do in this situation to stay on a positive track despite the challenging economic environment in Europe? We've spoken quite a lot about this already this morning. So.
I'm sure you did. I understand that we should speak in Greek. Is that correct?
That is fine. Whichever language you wish to speak in is fine by me.
Okay. Thank you.
We are about to we are setting out with a very difficult question because the financial environment is characterized by this fog, this volatility. Undoubtedly, the financial and political landscape globally, and in Europe more specifically, has worsened, and future challenges increase, both in terms of complexity and in terms of intensity. Before I say what we have to do on behalf of the banks, I have to say that Greece and Greek banks start from a very positive starting point, because our country will have a positive growth that will exceed 5%, the growth rate, I mean, and all forecasts show that 2023 will be a year in which we will have a growth rate lower, of course, approximately 2%, but it's still positive. Talking now about the Greek banks, I have to highlight the following. We are entering an era of challenges, having quite a number of buffers available and some degree of optimism because we have left the problems of the past in the past. The Greek banking system will close this year with some 7% of red loans, with a forecast of settlement of more than 50%. Also, banks will enter this era having a strong capital adequacy. There is no Greek bank with a capital adequacy of less than 16%. This is undoubted. The long deposits ratio is approximately 75%, a bit less. Equally important is that all banks have a very important profitability. Normally in Greece, it's bad to be profitable. Strong profitability means health. This is what we have to aim at. Not try, whenever there is some extra profit, to take parts of it out of the bank. Especially for the banking system, this means a lot because profits are turned into capital adequacy, so a better buffer in order to mitigate problems of the past. So, at the same time, it is equally important to say that for the wrong reasons, we have long experience in crisis management. Because for 10 years in a row, we have been experiencing crises of different sorts. All the economy as a whole experienced those crises, banks even more. So we do have the know-how, the expertise when it comes to crisis management. So my estimate is the following. All in all, as a country and as a banking industry, we will be able to tackle with the vibrations that will occur. The vibrations will be very strong, and I want to highlight that this will take place for a long period, and vibrations will be very intense. If I were to highlight 4 points that we have to focus upon, are the following. First one, maybe it's a bit political, not technocratic, but we have to focus on collaboration and mutual understanding of problems. Because when one has a big crisis to tackle, they might be dealt with only if we work together with no selfishness and without putting the blame on others. Second, we have to keep on supporting our customers. We are doing that already because the crisis is not something that will come or the challenges will not emerge. They're here already. And I think all banks collectively have given to the trustworthy capitals of ours, we have provided them with the working capital needed, given the increase of energy prices, commodity prices, and we have been able to smoothly support all viable and sustainable investments and business plans. Let me highlight 2 words. Trustworthy client and viable business plans. Let's not fool ourselves. In times of crisis, we have to be selective. So we have to finance and give solutions to those who are solvent and trustworthy and their viable business plans. We do not forget the ones that will have difficulties to face. Of course, we will have these customers. It goes without saying in all market segments there will be such clients, such customers. But I think we have the experience and we will come up with realistic solutions in the limits provided by the regulatory framework. My belief is that these problems are not idiosyncratic, like the fiscal crisis we went through. So these problems are Europeans, and the supervisors show understanding to that. Last but not least, crisis is an opportunity, so it's a great opportunity for us to change and advise our customers to change as well. We have to encourage them to move forward with investments on energy savings, energy efficiency, on investing CRM and ERP systems that will improve their turnover and their profits. They have to move on with investments that will turn our customers into more extrovert in the day after, because sooner or later, crisis will come to an end. So it's important to go through them collectively and non-painfully. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Mr. Amiris, Alpha Bank, wanted to ask you about lending growth, which has picked up over the past year or so, especially to corporates. What factors have been driving this acceleration in credit growth?
Thank you very much. I will also speak in Greek. Look, what has happened during the last years is that our country and businesses tried to cover this investment bank of the previous 10 years, since 2010, where we invested less than amortizations. That started to reverse in 2022 when investments in fixed assets exceeded the amortizations of the country. And this is important because all these years, what has happened in Greece is not only that we lost productivity, but technological capacity as well. We lagged behind in technology. That started to reverse, especially in 2021 and 2022. Given the fact that a lot of investments were carried out by businesses and they covered up lost ground. What led to that direction is that country regained its status of investment country. As an investment country, became bankable, and the cost of lending is quite low, and we had a lot of investors, which meant that there was an opportunity for investors from abroad to come and seize this opportunity. Something else that we saw in the past years was that we became an investment-friendly country, especially for foreign investments. So we had a lot of transactions, private and public ones, and that is why we attracted funds and Greece became more institutional. And you see the way businesses behave. We have institutional behavior, institutionalization, as we call it. The last thing that played an important role was that the banking system managed to keep up with the circumstances because the balance sheets were consolidated. We had liquidity, and the loan investment rates decreased, so we could lend businesses in better terms than in the past. So businesses could also borrow money more competitively. There were some industries that did well, especially in the last 2 to 3 years, and the banking system was very flexible and interested in funding these industries. We had big investments in the last 2-3 years. Macquarie investment in the 49%. You understand that this is the beginning of consolidation course and improvement of the distribution system, electricity system, and we could have more investments, but that was an important one. Hellinikon project is underway. We have investments in airports and the infrastructures of the country, and we have a series of investments in real estate. And you might be aware that we have a stock of real estate which is old, does not meet requirements said after the pandemic, or the requirements that are linked to energy sustainability and planning. A lot of investments took place there in the last decade, we had 40, 50 investments in real estate with 40, 50 millions each investment. So there was a great interest there. In industry and exports, we had a serious effort in order to cover the investment gap of the previous years. Our country took a step forward with exports, and industry helped a lot in that. We started exporting more goods and services. In 2021, exports of goods represented 50% of the total of exports of our country, which is of paramount importance. And I will share with you another figure. In 2021, exports increased by 52% compared to 2010. So there was a leap forward. And at this point, I dare say that a lot of the businesses we visit, and all of us have this experience, are businesses that have focused their turnover up to 100% to exports, something which some years ago was just a dream. All these things happened because there was assistance given to these businesses. They were business-oriented, but banks also helped them. Two sectors were especially assisted. Tourism, in the last 5 years, we have investments of 30 billion in tourism. These were investments that improved the tourist product in our country, because in the last years we increased the number of rooms in 4 or 5-star hotels. In the period 15 to 22, the 4-star rooms increased by 22%, 5-star rooms by 54%. So brand name Greece sells a lot. So private sector and the public sector did a lot in this. And last but not least, we have investments in energy. 1.1 gigawatt is installed in Greece every year in the last 3 years. So we have competitive funds in cost and timelines. The payoff of loans is extended more than the usual timeline we see in Europe, and we have know-how, which helps a lot.
Well, if I may, Mr. Karamouzis, National Bank of Greece, I wanted to stick a little bit with the same theme, to talk a bit more about the lending dynamics at present and how you see those going forward. I mean, your colleague has covered quite a lot of the terrain, but I would like to hear your perspective as well on what the positive developments have been of the past few years, present dynamics, and where you see things going.
Να δω πως όλοι αυτοί οι τραπεζίτες μαζεμένοι δεν θα πούμε τα ίδια πράγματα σήμερα.
With all these bankers on the panel, most likely we won't say the same things, I think. That's my understanding. It is quite important in order to identify the dynamics, to check the backdrop, the financial, the macroeconomic backdrop, in order to review these dynamics. We know that we used to have a growth rate of 7.7%, 8% in Q1. So growth is significant, in average more than 5%. That's great. What is encouraging, and Yanis commented on it, is that in the past, this kind of growth used to be consumption-driven. This has changed significantly. Currently, we have an increase of fixed investments, approximately 60%, an increase of exports, and Yanis said something about tourism. The figure is tremendous. We're talking about a 47% rise when talking about in terms of exports of services, and this is mainly driven by tourism. All these great achievements, of course, have given a boost for lendings. Check the NBG figures. In the first semester, the loan balances before forecast was approximately 148 billion euros. We're talking about 2.5% more than last year. So how do we do that? And why can we do it? Okay, we have robust economy. Kostas said something about that. We do have the capital. We have deposits coming back. We have a very friendly monetary policy that helps cash flows. And to a great extent, we have solved the NPL issue. Why is this important? Why is it important that NPLs are out of the table? If you check what bankers used to do in the past 2 years and what we do now, you will understand. We used to spend lots of our time in order to discuss about red loans. We used to spend much time on that. Imagine one red loan. In order to put it in order, it would take great amount of time in order to have some kind of result. What changed everything also was technology. One of the good things that, okay, not many things, but one of the good things that came as a result of the COVID pandemic was that the use of technology and technology itself skyrocketed. So now we have someone who works in a branch and he used to just do transactional stuff. Now nobody deals with them. Everything takes place online. So we do have the time to spend with the customer and do some added value things with them. I'm saying that because, okay, things used to be good until today. We don't know what will happen in the future. I'm not saying that everything is rosy, but we are following suit everything, the energy prices, the money costs, the inflation. We are here in order to make sure that our customers are doing fine. And that's what we will keep on doing. We used to do that in the past and we will do it in the future as well.
NPLs there, and your view that to a great extent that problem's been solved. So I want to ask our next speaker, Mr. Tsouras, Piraeus Bank, a little bit more about that. So we've seen this very impressive reduction in NPLs over the past year from around 20% to single digits. That's obviously helping banks lend and support the economy. Do you think that the next phase is going to be harder? Are you worried that there might be an increase in NPLs, in the NPL ratios of Greek banks, given the worsening macroeconomic outlook?
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the invitation. It is a fact that in the last years, NPE ratio of the Greek bank has dropped from 47% in 2010 to single-digit figures. Well, today I believe that we are not at a new phase of NPLs in Greece. By looking the NPL indices, such as delays in housing or consuming loans, we don't have any signs of worry. There are 5 reasons I believe that 2023 the balances and assets of the Greek banks will be solid and we won't have a new wave of NPLs. The first thing is that if you see the private debt in the balance sheets of the Greek banks today is 105 billion from 250 billion in 2008. This is 60% of GDP compared to 105 of GDP in 2008. In separate industries, housing loans today are to 17% from 37%, where our consuming loans are 4% of the GDP. This is for two reasons, mainly. The first is that in the last years, the banks, the four big systemic banks, proceeded with securitization of their openings. And the second reason is that households and businesses, at a lesser degree, were not eager to get loan because of the uncertainty. That has as a result that the bank loans corresponding to a smaller part of the Greek economy, but on the healthier part of it. The vulnerable loans, if I may use this word, that could deal problems from energy crisis and inflation, has already passed to services. A second reason is that Greek businesses that have managed to be sustainable today have managed that after a 10-year crisis, financial and COVID. So we're talking about resilient businesses with very strong balance sheets and adaptability. We see leverage ratios in big companies are very satisfactory, and we believe that this gives them space if we have some shrinking of profit margins in the years to come. One reason why we don't expect an increase of NPLs in the Greek market is that because the performance of 2022 and 2023 of the Greek economy will be higher than that of the Eurozone. This is based on three pillars. Tourism is the first one, expenses from foreign investments, but we have also European funds coming to Greek economy. By 2027, we expect 86 billion to come to the Greek businesses directly or indirectly via programs like RRF, REPowerEU, and NSRF. We need to say as well that, as Mr. Emiris has already mentioned, FDI, foreign direct investments, that is, have skyrocketed to 4.8 billion in 2021 from 2.8 plus 8%. And in the first 5 months of 2022, they have also skyrocketed. So we see Microsoft, Pfizer, Macquarie. Recently, it was announced that Singapore Fund is investing in Greece. So we have huge investors. They come to the Greek market not only to buy stock, but to invest and give value to the country. A fourth factor is that the Greek government supports households and businesses in the energy costs. This very moment, in September and October, they have subsidized 90% of the increase of electricity in households and 50% for businesses. So they have said that to support the bills of natural gas. The most important thing is that this is financed by the Energy Transition Fund, not influencing the budget. Something else which is equally important is that the Greek banks are better prepared to deal with a new wave of NPLs. All banks today have strategic alliances with big servicers with long experience like Intrum to Value, and loans with the 5 days delay are automatically transferred to services to handle them. So we have products and alliances to deal with any kind of wave of NPLs. So as a Piraeus bank, we do not forecast an increase in NPLs. The balance sheet will be strong in 2023, and the main
question is if we can be equally successful in 2023 as in 2022. Thank you very much.
A definitive answer to a question that everybody keeps asking, has been asking all the way through since the start of the pandemic and now with the war. So good to hear that full response. Paris Economou, Optima Bank. Let me ask you then what you would identify as the main headwinds or challenges facing the sector, the banking sector in the next 12 months, 12 to 18 months.
Καλησπέρα και από μένα. Νομίζω...
Good afternoon. As you heard by our colleagues before, nobody expects that the following 12 months will be cloudless. But if we take stock of what we did after the pandemic, I think we can say that we had two difficult years, 2020 and 2021, and it was 2022 that brought us back to some degree of normality, both businesses and banks, which sadly it seems it will end quickly. It will be short-lived. So as a result of the COVID, we had issues with our supply chain. As a result of the COVID-related limitations, of course, these challenges still persist and have led to increased prices of commodities and materials. The next step was had to do with the geopolitical developments, especially in Europe, which resulted in energy prices skyrocketing. So the combination of these two developments led to inflationary pressures, and they may be felt today. Despite coordinated action by European central banks and globally at the level of central banks, and despite the fact that these banks are quite aggressive in the increase of interest rates. So all customers of banks, both natural and legal entities, will have to face an increase of costs of materials, financial costs, or human resource related costs that will ensue. It will be difficult for all these companies to trickle down these increases to their customers. So I believe that there will be a pressure on corporate profits, and we will observe specific shift with respect to business risks from our own viewpoint, from the banks, I think we have all agreed on that, those who spoke before me, I think. After 10 years of a crisis, both the banks and the Greek economy have the know-how in order to tackle these difficult circumstances, and I believe that there are 1,000 undertakings and organizations in Greece that have endured the 10 years of the Greek crisis, and I think they have proven that they are worthy of our support and of our assistance in their investment and future plans.
Great, thank you. Just wanted to come back to the question of this pickup in credit growth, and want to ask you, Mr. Varoufakis, Pancreta Bank, why has that been slower to pick up, do you think, than lending to corporates?
First of all, thank you for the question, because among those prominent persons from corporate banking, I needed a question about retail to validate my presence. Καλησπέρα σας. Είναι γεγονός τα τελευταία...
Good afternoon. So, it is a fact that
in the past years, we have seen a reverse of the perception of consumers with regard the use of financing tools from the banks to cover their consumer needs. From the eruption
back in 2002, when we have these private loans or consumers loans, the products, either banking or cooperation with banks of credit cards, with installments, interest rate free, exceeding 4 years, with consumers loans of various purposes. We are in a different period nowadays, where we observe the credit cards to be an important lever in our era. And all this to bring us before a different level of maturity with regard to our customers and the use of products by them, banking products. I believe that since consumers have matured and banks have matured, we'll have an upward trend, but not with the rhythms of the past, which is healthy, and the orientation will be loans of specific target to cover the needs of our customers. And I want to believe that we banks, we will invest in training our customers for the use of tools we rejected in the past, like credit cards. Credit cards is the best tool to have in your wallet. With regard to housing loans, 2021 was a good year for all banks, and here we observe a change of the consumers in products that contribute with more money to the real estate, and they focus mainly on products of stable interest rates in order to be able to cover the loan payoff. We have initiatives in this market by the government, and these initiatives by the government will improve these kind of loans where the majority of real estate was built during the 70s and 80s. Thank you very much.
For that very useful detail. Mr. Aryeriu, Council of Economic Advisors, we've talked about lending growth, but there's also been a very strong trend of deposit growth, which has obviously helped banks' liquidity and funding capacity. So what's been driving that? Is that just a pandemic story, or is there something more to it? And do you expect this trend to continue, actually?
Thank you. So as the rest of the panelists have talked in Greek, I will also speak in Greek.
One would say that there is a series of factors that led to the increase of deposits in the Greek banking system, and these are positive trends and developments. I will compare that the pandemic with the crisis of 2010, 11, and 15. We have decrease of deposits then, but during the coronavirus crisis, we have a totally different trend. I think that during the pandemic, the consumer started trusting banks again. We have an increase of deposits, and I would say that this is due to the trust that the consumer started trusting the banks again. So in 2021 and 2022, the increase of deposits, I would say, has to do with three factors. First, the growth of the Greek economy, huge growth, new revenues create a positive flow of deposits. The second development, increasing the deposits, is the decrease decrease of the non-official sector. So a lot of people now use credit cards. So there is no big markets for black market, and there is direct foreign investments that finance activities in Greece. So we have also flow of funds, trust, growth, and progress in decreasing of non-official economy and foreign investments. All these four elements will maintain in 2022 and 2023, despite the turbulence, which is important. We expect in 2023 Greece will continue growing. And I read something interesting in Financial Times that consider Greece one of the 7 more successful countries during the crisis. And of course, we should never forget that there are global developments, and these developments will are expected to influence Greece and real economy. The data from the Bank of Greece show that there is a credit growth in non-financial corporations, and I believe what our studies show, this is welcome because the economy need to be funded in a healthy way to avoid problems of the past. So data show, nevertheless, that we can improve things further. And I would like to underline information, which plays an important role. Information is quite important when we talk about funding. As a state and the banking system, I believe, need to invest in collecting information, because this is what gives us the opportunity as banks to calculate risks and give better conditions of financing. And the state needs to take institutional initiatives. We have initiatives that aim to give stakeholders the possibility to understand the risk better. In order to sum up, I think that deposits show the upward trend of the economy, but there are margins of improvement still.
Thank you very much. I think we've got time for another round of questions. If maybe we keep the answers a little bit shorter in the second round. Fotis, did you want to say anything now, or shall I just come back to you at the end of all the questions? If you want to jump
Just a short comment. I'm very happy today that you are here with banks discussing about new loans. Because in the past 5 years, with wearing my old hat, we were discussing how to tackle the problem of non-performing loans. So I'm very happy that we have all these gentlemen that are the persons responsible to grant new loans. And they are here today to not only tell us how they do it, but also the challenges that they are going to face having all the necessary tools. Please go on.
Thank you very much. And in the interest of time, in case there's questions from the floor, let's try and get through these quite quickly. So my first question to Mr. Vasiliou, Eurobank, can you give us some feedback on the interest and appetite of Greek firms, Greek enterprises for the RRF facility, and which are the main area, from your experience, which are the main areas of interest there?
Sure. Θα προσπαθήσω να είμαι πολύ...
I'll try to be brief, respecting your time. There is high interest, and especially from big and medium-sized businesses. To give you some figures, by last Friday, we have contracts, RRF loans of 623 million euros from 17 businesses, loans that respond in a total of investment 1.4 billion. And in the next 3 years, we expect more. So there is a combination of funds for RRF. It is a positive coincidence now, because RRF loans are stable and they don't have fluctuating interest rates. And now we have skyrocketing interest rates. So when we have stable interest rates, that is very good. I believe that by the end of the year, the total of RRF loans will be of 1 billion euros. In 2023, we will have contracted another 1.5 billion euros. So in less than a year, we will have more than 2.5 billion contracted. The pillars of paramount interest, because of the planning of the program from the European Commission, we have a green transition for 38% of the resources should go to green transition, digitalization, 20.8%, and of the resources should go to digital actions. And among other 3 pillars, extroversion stand out because of the growth of exports and investments in tourism. As regards sectors, I am satisfied to say that active businesses are cross-sectored. So in these 17 big companies, we see big retailers and supermarkets that invest to save energy and digitalization of their value chain. Extrovert companies to increase productivity, capacity, and competitiveness. In telecommunications, investments to fiber to the home, pharmaceuticals, invest in R&D. Quite important, tourist companies to increase their capacity for investments that will get them to the future, so as their services to have specific characteristics of ESG and sustainable growth, and car businesses changing their fleet with cars, e-mobility cars. I rest my case by saying that the program is successful, and we can see that, and this is due to the cooperation between the fund, the ministry, and the banking system, and the attractiveness, of course, of the program. 7 years, the fund has covered all the requirements so as to ask for the second tranche of 1.7 billion. We will do it directly.
That provides quite a good insight into what's happening with the fund at the moment. Mr. Amiris, I wanted to ask you whether you think that it's appropriate for the Greek economy and the Greek business environment that RRF funding should be channeled or limited to these kind of 5 business areas with a special focus, of course, on the green transition.
I think that the program itself is well designed. I think Kostas detailed that as well. There is no constraints when it comes to the size and the number of investments, and it is addressed mainly to areas where Greece is lagging behind, areas in which we need to speed up. Green growth, extroversion, digital transition, these are the main areas. These areas, for me, represent critical sectors for the Greek economy, and I think we are in dire need of some improvement. So I wouldn't say that there are any gaps when it comes to the design. I think it was well designed, and the program itself was just started. So it's a bit unfair to be critical about it, because I think that in the course of time, if there are certain shortages, they will be covered or corrected by moving funds from one area to another. For instance, the European Commission has said that whatever whatever amount of money is not absorbed, then it will be channeled to the existing REPowerEU, so that Europe may be able to meet the Fit for 55 targets. For instance, if the penetration of renewables in power generation is 45%, then in 40%, then we will do it in 45. We will reach 45% in order to get independent to natural gas. I'm pretty sure that these remedies may be found within the program. Having said that, I think that the program is quite agile, because the entire decision on the credit rating of every project, of every bank, of every corporation or organization is up to the banks, it's not up to the state, and the reimbursement of the funds is very swift, very fast.
A little bit, Mr. Karamouzis. Wanted to ask you a question on balance, whether you would agree that higher interest rates and greater demand for loans is going to be good for bank profitability in the coming period. So we've seen a return to profits. Is it going to continue?
Thank you.
Apparently, higher interest rates and demand for loans is good for a bank, but it is important to understand what this means and where it comes from. The interest rate a bank enjoys, let's say, or has, depends on the one hand on the risk appetite of the bank, the financial costs, and the profile of the customer. In the bank, whether you were to take some money for 3 months or 10 years was zero or negative. This has been a traditional source of income, of revenues for all European banks. That was the case for 10 years, zero interest rates. What has changed right now, and that's why we're talking about an increase of interest rates, is not the increase of the credit risk that has to be paid. Actually, this is something that's being steadily shrinking, let's say. It's going down steadily, but it has to do with where the banks may find the money in the short term and where they can find the money from in the long term. So, in brief, the capabilities of European banks to transform short-term funds to long-term loans creates a spread that we haven't seen for many, many years. Talking now about the demand. I'll give you some figures so we can understand how demand will be affected in the following period. Let's start with the positive side, the negative side. Apparently, we will have inflation, energy prices, and The energy prices, both for households and organizations, represent a huge shock. We're talking about some 14 billion euros per annum. We're talking about 7% of the GDP, 10% of the available private income, or 9% of the entire turnover of the Greek companies in the first 7 months, with the exception of the energy companies. It's a huge thing. I think the government has helped a lot in handling this issue, but I'm pretty sure that more things will be needed because the figure is too high for the Greek economy to handle. Many things are said about the increase of interest rates. It's something negative in the demand side. If you do the math, and we say that we have an increase of interest rates approximately 250 base points. Half of it has already been done by the European Central Bank. It's approximately 0.8% of the GDP. So as a problem, as a challenge vis-à-vis the energy issue, it's quite small. And there's another issue. We have also to consider the interest rate levels of the past 30 years, traditionally speaking. For instance, when it comes to housing, being able to have a 3.5 fixed interest rate in the past 30 years has been a very good outcome. Another particularity of ours is that we keep on talking about increased interest rates, but in Greece, there's something else that applies. Yes, people with a mortgage suffer. Yes, to a certain extent it applies. But if you check the figures, because of the fact that we are exiting a 10-year crisis plus the 2 years of the COVID recession, of the COVID crisis, no mortgages have been granted. So, when you have an old loan, you initially pay huge installments and then you pay small installments. So we see now that the existing loan stock has a part of loans that have to pay now the principal, not the interest rates. The companies now, the organizations that survived till today have been through hell. 10-year recession, COVID, etc. So these companies know very well both how to handle a crisis and how to be agile and fast in executing their business plans. Going back to the cost of money, I fail to believe that a serious organization with a good capex, a good business plan, this 1 or 2% additional interest rate will not detonate the bomb that's called, it won't bring down its entire business plan. If we consider against the cost of money, the financing costs compared to 40 years ago, it's still below the average. So we have certain negative developments, yes, but this is about the demand side. Now, talking about the positive impact, we have a very healthy labor market as we speak. We have 6.5 more people becoming active. Unemployment is at 13%, which is the 12-year low. We have our companies producing profits and revenues that exceed that are 14 more year after year, and they are much better compared to the second semester of 2011. So companies are adapted. They move forward. They are quick in their reactions. Okay, we discussed about exports in detail. No need to say more. We have already discussed about the support provided by the state at many levels. Approximately 14 billion will be injected to support households and SMEs. And we also discussed about RRF funds. Kostas gave us some figures. These figures are very important. They will bring some balance vis-à-vis the problems I mentioned before. So, in conclusion, yes, the rates are higher, yes, the margins are higher, yes, demand is facing some hardships, but we are still optimistic because 2023 for us will be the year in which we will be able to support our customers even more.
So in an era where money actually costs money again, if you're a Greek company in good shape, been very resilient in recent years, yes, maybe you'll be able to weather this storm. But what we're seeing across Europe is something very different happening in recent months. So if we want to look at a kind of sectoral example, what's actually happening at the moment in the frontline sector, the energy sector in Europe. We're seeing a lot of turmoil in energy companies in Europe. We've seen the nationalization of EDF in France. We've seen the takeover of Uniper in Germany. And we're seeing governments throughout the region providing subsidies, liquidity to energy companies in particular to support their operations. I just want to ask Mr. Tsouras if we're seeing anything at all like that in Greece. Are energy companies here experiencing similar problems? And do you expect a deterioration in the credit situation in the sector in the coming period?
Thank you very much for the question. You are right that in the last few months in the energy markets in Europe, we have seen tectonic changes unheard of a year ago. As a banking system, we try to understand developments because our exposure in energy is over 10 billion, but the structure of the Greek energy market is totally different from the European one, so we won't face similar problems. You mentioned the EDF. EDF was the decision of the French government to disconnect from Russian gas via nuclear power, and that could be done only via state investments and not private investments. That is why they nationalized the company. In Greece, we have lignite units that reopened recently, and in the long run, we will have renewables introduced in the system, and we need to say that they are one of the main pillars of RRF program and financed by the Greek banks. We also dare say that phenomena like Uniper in Germany, I don't see that we will have something like that in Greece. It had low price contracts with Gazprom, and when Nord Stream shut down, it had to replace these quantities via LNG from more expensive markets, and that led it to great losses in Greece. We don't have similar situation because only 40% of the energy production is based on natural gas, and from that only 40% from Russian natural gas. Turkstream operates, and we have supply. We have pressure in the profitability of electricity suppliers because the prices of electricity have risen in wholesales. But in the Greek market, most energy suppliers are vertical, and these losses are counterbalanced by the profits of the market. Subsidies of the Greek government in electricity have decreased the pressures we had seen before in energy prices, and we won't have bad debt creation. Summing up, I say that the energy market in Greece until now has not any serious liquidity problems, and the structure is such that won't give us problems of the Eurozone.
Thank you very much for that. I wanted to come back. We're into the last 10 minutes now, and I've got 3 questions for our final 3 speakers, and want to give Fotis time as well to sum up at the end of the session. But I'd like to come back to the RRF, and we've talked about the original design of the program. It was originally devised to address, to overcome the challenges arising from the pandemic. Now we have a war going on the doorstep of Europe, and we're facing, as we've discussed, critical new challenges with energy prices, inflation, and so on. So I want to ask Mr. Economou whether you think this will lead to any changes, at least in terms of the utilization of the RRF funds, which have to be completed, of course, by December 2026.
If I had to answer with one word, it's no. RRF loans have a clear long-term and developmental profile for 5 pillars. The program has the possibility to extend loans up to 15 years, and we're all sure that no crisis, neither this one, will last for long. Additionally, the characteristics of the program make it more attractive, as it more than it could have been at the beginning of the program. One of the characteristics of the program is the fixed interest rate, which in in an environment of increased interest rates is very attractive. And the possibility to combine the program with the new developmental law is towards the right direction, and we expect that it will increase more the investment interest already existing. For the above reasons, we believe as Optima that the interest will increase in the next period, and in discussions we have, banks with our customers direct our customers towards there in order to make better use of the available tools. Where we stand today, Greek economy is transformed to the best. And it was mentioned earlier by some colleagues that there is a high investment interest from abroad. We hadn't experienced that in years, and it is the most important interest we have experienced for years. The RRF resources can be an important tool in order to reform Greek economy and change an important number of sectors in the Greek economy. We also expect interesting things in transportations, services or products. We will see a lot of things in infrastructures that will touch upon other things like tourism and primary sector and manufacturing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Mr. Varoufakis, talking about your bank, which has distinctive operations, I wanted to ask you how you have managed with the RRF. Do you have similar experience from your past in bank lending in these areas, RRF type areas, or is this something completely new for your bank? Is your bank already engaged and supportive in similar funding activities or not?
Thank you very much for your question. Being a bank of the Greek countryside, of another region, Pancreta Bank has used to a great extent those developmental tools, so that's why we cherish our collaboration with the Greek Development Bank, and great part of these programs, approximately 70% of them, has been channeled to the region of Crete. The region of Crete is a very dynamic region, both for Greek standards and for Eurozone standards. We have a plethora of activities starting from the agricultural sector to the service sector. So in this category of programs, our contribution has been the following, given that we target mainly SMEs. So we try to provide these enterprises with consulting support in terms of consulting. That's why we have this kind of collaborations with consulting companies, so that these companies may be included in the programs, in the 5 specific RRF programs, and especially for the region of Crete, we believe that its pillar is of major importance. Thank you very much.
Good to have that representation from Crete here on the panel. So to sum up, I'm going to ask Mr. Argyru from the Council of Economic Advisors, and also Fotis as well, Komousis at the end, to having heard everything that the panelists have got to say, how do you now, if we want to take stock at the end of this, how do you, or to what extent do you think the worsening macroeconomic outlook, including a growth slowdown, inflation, cost of living squeeze, might affect or even set back the sector over the next year?
Thank you very much.
Apparently, we are experiencing a new externally induced crisis, and this kind of crisis doesn't mean good news, of course. On the other hand, I would say that despite the size of this crisis, which we should not underestimate, I have the impression, and many of my colleagues said that before, that the Greek banking system currently has very concrete prospects in order to tackle this crisis without facing the problems you just mentioned. In a nutshell, the Greek economy, according to the current forecast, will keep on growing significantly for the next couple of years. So this strong growth is a very important, a very strong buffer and a backstop for the decrease of bank's profitability. It was mentioned that there's a risk on behalf of the NPLs. The clientele, the borrowers the Greek enterprises have been proven quite resilient, and I'm talking about a very important part of the Greek economy. The largest part of the loans that went through 10 years of crisis are currently, the holders of these loans are very resilient, and they can make both ends meet. Another thing we forgot to mention is the important basis of deposits that we have right now. So we have a buffer, as the speaker says, on which we may resort if we need to. I'm talking about both the enterprises and the households, especially the companies and the organizations will be greatly affected by the increased production costs. Another important thing is that great part of the RRF lies ahead. It's right in front of us. So this will help credit expansion and to take down the operating costs for companies. There is another component of the RRF which hasn't yet been decided. I'm talking about the Repower EU. The Repower EU component will be added to the arsenal of Greek banks and the Greek economy. And there is there's a site you can find in Greece where you can, another, let's say, target that you can find nowhere else in Europe. And our target is to get the investment grade. We're the only country that has no such benefit, and this is our main aim that will help us create a windfall of profits and have access to international capital markets. Of course, in order to do that, we the country has to meet its fiscal objectives. And given that it was mentioned something about supporting Greek households, I believe that this is right. The state subsidy, he means, it's important, it's right, but in no case should this jeopardize the fiscal objectives undertaken by our government. As the minister said, this support will go hand in hand with fiscal discipline. So, in a nutshell, dynamics is good for the Greek banking system, and this has already seen in the upgrade of Greek banks by international houses, even amidst the crisis.
Fotis, I'm going to give the last word to you to sum up, if you like, the session.
I'm really glad to hear what the representatives of the bank have just said, that now financing is going mainly to areas, to fields or sectors that used to be in the past considered a bit peculiar. 13 years ago, we have the first Ministry of Environment established, and the first priority about that was green development, and the headlines in the news was nonsense. Making a wordplay with the word green horses in Greece, which is a very funny way to say that he's talking nonsense. So, in order not to forget and not forget the mistakes of the past and not repeat them, let's use all these as lessons. I'm really glad that we are all more organized, meaning that the banks currently grant loans using very strict criteria. In the past, they would give loans to every single John and Paul getting into the bank. Now I'm listening about investments in very competitive industries, very future-oriented ones. And despite the fact that there are certainties, short-term uncertainties, let us not forget that there is a war raging next door, and we have other European citizens facing difficult times. We have also a long-term challenge. I'm talking about the climate change. The ECB representative told us in the morning session something about the first environmental stress test. In the past, we used to say that banks have to go through stress tests, they have to do it. Now we've left that in the past. So it was really glad that I heard the representative saying that we went really well in our first environmental stress test, and there is a long way ahead to move forward, to cover. So I think this is a very optimistic message to be emitted, and this is how we'd like to close this panel. We, the Financial Stability Fund, we were the first one to introduce the term sustainable banking, which means banks should incorporate ESG criteria in their operations and their portfolio. So we're really, really glad that we see that taking place. And let us not forget that financial stability and growth is intrinsically linked to environmental protection and social sensitivity. I'd like to thank the economists, the organizers, Mr. Tsafaras, Mrs. Hui, of course, she's talking about you, Mrs. Hui, for the very kind words and the positive message you emit that you are here to support the bank's drive to support the economy themselves.
Well, thank you very much. And thank you very much, all of you on the panel. I think it's been a really informative discussion. Obviously, we really value having all of you representing the sector on the platform with us today. I think now we're going to close the session. So thanks again. It was a great session. We'll take a photograph and we're going to move swiftly on to the next session. After the photo, I will call our next speakers to the stage one by one. Okay, for a photograph. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please remain in your seats because we're going to move on to our next session entitled The Post-Restructuring Environment. Now, we'll hear what that means in a few moments from our panelists. I would like to say that our first speaker, Theodoros Skylakakis, the alternate Minister of Finance of Greece, will be joining us via video connection, and he is online. So let's get everybody on the stage now, and we can get the session going. So I would like to invite the Deputy Minister of Development and Investments of Greece, Ioannis Tsakiris, please to join me on the stage now. After that, Ioannis Kaltsas, Head of Lending Operations, the Lending Operations Division, Greece and Cyprus at the European Investment Bank. Peter Santhi, Deputy Director for Country Economic Strategy and Policy at the EBRD, the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. Atina Hatzipetru, Chief Executive Officer at the Hellenic Development Bank. And Haris Lambropoulos, President of the Hellenic Development Bank of Investment. So welcome all of you, and please take a seat, and we'll get started. Maybe I can move over. Whatever is your preference. Better for me in English, but whatever suits you. Okay, can I just check that we have the connection with Mr. Skylakakis? Is he, here he is, yes, okay, excellent. Can you hear us okay, Minister?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, thank you very much for joining. I know there was a last-minute change for you, that you were going to be here in person, but that had to change at the last minute, so we're very grateful that you've been able to join us virtually. So the way this session is going to work is that all our speakers are going to introduce, I think, for about 5 minutes each, and then we're going to open up to a discussion. So I'm going to hand straight over now to Minister Skylakakis.
Well, thank you for the invitation. Let me start by saying, as a minister responsible both for fiscal policy and for the Recovery and Resilience Fund, this is a period of very high uncertainty, and high uncertainty is what we are essentially dealing. I will start with an example. During the last month, more or less, we had movement of the TTF prices from 330. Today, it's something like maybe 170 or something like that. This extreme variability has specific results in terms of fiscal and all the other policies. 172 is the price today. Because essentially we have to plan for a GDP that if the prices of 370 were to be applied instead of the 172, the GDP would be different in Greece by about 4 to 5 percentage points. Just by one and only variable. And this planning and it's obvious that this has tremendous implications for fiscal policy, for any kind of policy. And that's all from only one item in our that influences our budget. So what we are trying to do is to have a policy in Greece that is first of all based on very conservative estimates. So we plan for a realistic worst case scenario rather than a realistic best case scenario. That's one way to deal with it. And second, we don't plan long term, at least not more than we actually have to, because when things are changing so dramatically month by month or week by week, or many times day by day, you only take the decisions that you have to take and for the period that you have to make these decisions. In spite of this very difficult environment, we keep positive for what is going to happen in the next months and the next years for three reasons. First, we keep on doing reforms. These were from the beginning the essence of our political platform, and now these reforms are incorporated into the RRF and cannot be taken back unless Greece wants to lose the RRF, which is the highest per GDP RRF in Europe. So the first thing that we have is reforms that we keep doing them, and we will keep doing them as long as we are in government. And if we get our next win in the next elections, that's our platform for the next after the elections as well. The second axis of our policies is we try to implement RRF and the other European programs as fast and as efficiently as possible, and more or less we have managed to do so up till now, both in the subsidies part of the RRF and on the loan part, which is going to be a huge success. We will present the results in a few days. Things are moving very fast there. And the third thing that we try to do is try to move investments as fast as possible, because for us, investment is the key for the future. When we came into government, we had investments as a percentage of GDP, half the European average. Real investments have grown about 30% if you compare what happened before we came in government and the last year that we had, the second half of 21 and the first half of 22. And this is going to grow a lot more in the very near future. This is actually happening as we discuss. And the high rate of investment, together with the RRF and the continuation of reforms, is something that we expect and believe is going to keep us out of the recession if Europe or the West in general goes not only into a slower rate of growth, but into recession in the next year. So we are positive for the future, but this needs a lot of work and continuation of the work to be achieved, this positive attitude. And of course, it's extremely important that political stability will also be maintained, and this is something that at least in the last polls that we had, seems to be something that we're going to keep. That we have the government party, which is implementing these policies, has a good lead in the polls, and we can be optimistic that political stability will continue in Greece for the next electoral period and afterwards.
Thank you very much indeed. That's really helpful to start the discussion. So I'm going to turn now to Mr. Tsakiris. Probably wants to pick up on and expand some of those points about investment and development. So over to you.
Thank you for the invitation. The title of this panel shouldn't be more important, I would say, although at the same time it's very difficult to elaborate, because we are talking about sustainable finance in one hand and uncertainty on the other. So it's two opposite things. And picking up from what the alternate minister said, I mean, we know we are getting into, we are already in a perfect storm, and still we haven't reached the center of the storm. When it comes to the businesses, it's obvious that, well, when it comes to the economy, and according to the books, obviously there is a tightening of the monetary policy, which means that for the businesses, the money will become extremely expensive. So it's not only the interest rates that will by far be more expensive. At least I can foresee that in the US, the interest rate will reach 5%. And I mean, everybody has read that within the Eurozone, it will be around 3% or more. So it's not only the interest rates on the debt side, but it's also the interest rates, but it's also, excuse me, more expensive is going to be the equity, which is an essential part of every long-term investment. So I think what we are trying to do is, first of all, it's a big bet for the business, for the companies, the current period, and I believe that it's what they should do is to start building on capacity on one hand, but also maintain liquidity given the increased working capital demands. And if we stay on the side of building capacity, because always in the business cycle when you're going on the negative side, building capacity is a very good bet to take. What we should do, and what we are doing from our part, is to at least to have financial instruments that they are subsidizing the cost of money. For example, on one hand, within the Hellenic Development Bank, which Ms. Hadjipetrou will elaborate more, we have programs that they are offering not only risk coverage, meaning guarantee products, and we are planning for 2023 more targeted guarantee products, like for green investments, for digital investments. But we also have programs that they're reducing, that they are lowering the cost of money to the companies. So we have programs that they're subsidizing the interest rate of the bank loans, meaning that at the end, the company is paying, let's say, by far less in this type of expenses. So that's the Hellenic Development Bank on one hand. On the other hand, what we are trying to do is to support the equity side of the equation. The Recovery Fund, for example, is providing grants and loans. What is missing is the equity. And as I said, equity is going to be by far more expensive now because it's very difficult to raise private equity, as investors have the option to keep their money in the bank, assuming that they will have a significant and a satisfactory return. So what we are doing is supporting the equity business in Greece, supporting the equity provision through the Hellenic Bank for investments. Then I guess Mr. Lambropoulos will also elaborate. And with this, we are trying to set the foundation within this crisis, together with the subsidies of the new programming period of the structural funds, to set the foundations that businesses can renew their production asset, can build capacity, so at least to be ready that when the cycle will turn again, to be well prepared and, let's say, harvest the benefits of the upside. So,
excellent, thank you. That's very useful. So we'll hear a bit more about some of these instruments, no doubt. And we're also going to hear from representatives of some European institutions active here in Greece as well. So I'm turning now to Mr. Kaltsas, Head of Lending Operations Division, Greece and Cyprus at the EIB, European Investment Bank.
Thank you. I will agree with the two ministers that this crisis brought us in front of, in a way, unprecedented situations in terms of economics and investments. Of course, some of these situations could be predictable. For example, the fact that there is a high level of uncertainty and high energy costs, it's no wonder that a lot of enterprises and businesses, they postpone their investments, given that energy and uncertainty are big parts of economic decisions that companies are taking in Europe. So maybe they opt to produce outside of Europe now that the cost and the uncertainty is high in Europe. Some other elements of this crisis, however, have been, we were not waiting for, and we're discovering them in the way. For example, the fact that energy companies, they face margin calls that lock their liquidity and maybe in the future face solvency problems is something that we could not see in the beginning and is something that we'll have to face in the way. So what it has to be done, I will agree with both ministers that we have to use the money from the European programs wisely and with flexibility. With Mr. Tsakiris, we have an excellent cooperation in terms of programming the structural funds so that they really reach the sectors of the economy that they are affected the most. RRF also is a very important instrument, and what is even more important, it is now in the framework of REPowerEU to acquire the necessary flexibility so that we address the challenges of the Greek economy the way that it is we currently see in front of us. Of course, in this story, there are winners and losers, and some of the big losers could be small and medium enterprises. And this is why I feel it is equally important the work that Hellenic Development Bank and Athena is doing with the SMEs, where beyond the big companies that European Investment Bank is financing, we're working with Hellenic Development Bank to finance instruments that they reach the smallest of enterprises. Of course, also with all the systemic Greek banks that have been our partners all the way. So what is the outlook? The outlook is that in the long term, if money are used wise, if reforms are pursued, then the economy can come stronger. There is no doubt that out of an energy crisis, renewable energy technologies and investments, we see them coming with more and innovative ideas, more are willing to invest. There's an explosion, for example, of energy efficiency investments across Greece, which will benefit the economy and can cause structural change so that the Greek economy emerges much stronger. How long this crisis will last, we don't know. And exactly because we don't know, we have all of us to think long term, and also the state to take actions that they are necessary so that there is a balance in terms of economic effects that are touching the different levels of the Greek society and economy. I feel also that this is the secret of social and political stability. So we have to be very careful about how this economic development is evolving. So what you expect from us in the future? Well, we have a big mandate with RRF. We have another mandate coming with cooperation and structural funds, and day to day we talk with Minister Tsakiris. Thank you very much for your listening ears. And I think what we want is to hear from all of you, the people in Greece that you produce, you export, to understand the real needs so that we adjust our products and services to also take us through the economic crisis. In Greece, a last word, we have been through wars. We were here in 2015 when Greece had stopped paying IMF, and we believed in Greece as the European Investment Bank, and Greece did emerge stronger. I have no doubt that this can be repeated once more.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. So I'm handing over now to Peter Sanfi of the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, for which I believe now Greece is one of the most important markets. So looking forward to hear what you've got to say, Peter.
Thanks very much, Joan, and good afternoon, everyone. And firstly, I just want to say what a great pleasure it is to be back here in person at one of these Economist events. And thank you, Joan. Thank you, Nectaria, if you're there somewhere. I don't see you. And thank you to all the colleagues for such a warm welcome. It's really great to be back. Now, I think I don't need to tell anyone in this room what the EBRD is. And I do hope that you all know what the EBRD in Greece is, that we have been investing in this country since 2015 under a special mandate. But I do want to say a few words about how we see the situation and what we plan to do in the future. Now, firstly, Joan, you've stolen some of my thunder because you have already said that that Greece is one of our biggest countries now. It's, in terms of annual business volume, it's typically about third or fourth in the list out of 38 economies. Who would have believed that when the EBRD was founded in 1991? Greece was a founding shareholder, but not a country of operations. But we are here on a special mandate, which was initially for 5 years to the end of 2020. It has been extended to the end of 2025. And we've already committed more than 6 billion euros in investment in over 100 projects, all of them in the private sector, and a good balance between financial institutions, industry, commerce, and agribusiness, and sustainable infrastructure. We're also a partner, like the EIB, we're a partner with the government for the RRF, and we've already signed a couple of projects under that facility with more to come. Now, as an economist, I'm often asked, you know, what is my view and what is the sort of EBRD view on Greece? And clearly, it's relatively easy now to tell a positive story. And I too saw the article in the FT today that Michael Argue mentioned, placing Greece as one of these countries to feel optimistic about amid all the bad news. And one way we've heard all the statistics today, and one way to think about it, which I tell people, is to think of the flows and the stocks, and both have been moving in the right direction for some time. So the flows are things like GDP, which is doing very well, investment, internal and external imbalances have been largely eliminated, fiscal and current account, exports doing extremely well, more than 40% of GDP. But it's also the stocks that everyone is very worried about that have come down dramatically. NPLs as a stock, unemployment was 27%, now around 12%, and public debt, which is still very high, but now I think everyone understands the relatively modest debt servicing requirements for many years to come. But I do want to, amid all this positive news, there is a danger of being a bit too Panglossian, and I do want to add a cautionary note that there's still quite a lot to do in Greece, despite the reforms that have already been in place. Now, I want to highlight the analysis that we at the EBRD do regularly, published in our annual transition report, where we evaluate countries by the qualities, how competitive countries are, how resilient, how green, how inclusive, and so on. And when you look at Greece versus other European countries where we invest, so this is Central Europe, the Baltics, and some countries in Southeastern Europe, Greece scores quite poorly relative to many of those, and particularly on the issue of governance. So I would single out governance as really the one issue, and by governance I mean broadly both public sector governance but also corporate governance. It's the one issue I think where there's still plenty of room for improvement in the coming years. Greece at the moment scores not just below the Baltic states or Czech or Slovak republics and so on, it scores on our measure below even Bulgaria and Romania. So that is, I think, a note of caution to add. Nevertheless, when you look at the growth figures, they are quite impressive. I want to flag another publication, EBRD publication, will be coming out with new forecasts this week on Wednesday. So I can't quite tell you yet what we're going to put in for Greece for this year, next year, but what I can say is it will be substantially above the forecast we had last time in May, which was around 3% for this year. Next year, obviously a slowdown, but Greece still outperforming the other Eurozone markets that we follow, and certainly outperforming the likes of Germany and other big Western European economies. So overall, a positive picture, but still quite a bit of work to do on the reform side in the coming years. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Peter. Handing over now to Athina Hatzipetrou from the Hellenic Development Bank. Welcome, and looking forward to hear what you've got to say.
Good afternoon from my end. Very honored to be in this panel and in this very well-organized economist conference. So, from our end, can I start my presentation? There is a okay.
Yes.
So, sorry, but I think it's not the first slide. Okay. In HDB, we are very much aligned with the priorities of Ministry of Development, and in cooperation with the EIB, I will just wrap up what has already been said. We are working complementary with RRF, which is the biggest per capita, as already mentioned by the Minister, the biggest per capita program in Europe. So we are complementing RRF, prioritizing all our programs, all our financial programs that we build together with EIB. We don't forget that EIB was the first one that has created a bond back in 2007, a green bond. So we are creating programs that are prioritizing in green, in digital, and in growth. I want to start my presentation a little bit with the following statements. One, as you see on the program, we have spent more than 2 years, 2.5 years in reality, on creating a capacity in HDB, in Hellenic Development Bank. So currently we have the tools, we work with platforms, we work with web services across our channel, that is the banking system, as well as ministries. And we serve horizontally the totality of productive ministries. Now, what is more important, though, for the future is to support SMEs with what we call non-financial products. Let me refer to what exactly we mean on that. We need to create awareness on the SMEs and SPPs channel with what we call sustainable finance, what we call sustainable projects and sustainable investments. In that sense, we've already announced in Thessaloniki a few weeks ago a platform that we call Know Your Customer. The purpose of this platform is to increase the bankable perimeter of the SMEs that are currently having or should have access to the banking system. So in addition to this, we will create, let's say, a higher penetration as the requests for a loan within our programs will be addressed to the totality of the banking system. So having the health check that the banking system is requiring in order to consider bankable the Greek SMEs, which is the access to tax certificates, social security certificates, and insolvency certificate. We will add the ability of the SME to present its business plan across the totality of the banking system. That is one of non-financial platforms we are putting in our bank. The second that we are creating, which is also very important, is an ESG tracker. We all know very well that big companies are having tools to identify and to address and to present their ESG ability, whereas SMEs do not have that. So we have created, a year ago, we have done a hackathon, and there are companies that have created, Greek companies actually, that have created a very light platform specifically for SMEs to self-test their awareness and their ability and their grading on ESG criteria. This currently is tested by one of the systemic banks, and we expect a rollout within the current months. Third is a funding wizard platform that we are having now an open call for the totality of the startups. This funding wizard will actually be used again by SMEs so that they have the ability to select among, let's say, a variety of programs that we have in several ministries and in several, let's say, clusters, to select the program that is more suitable for its size, for its future, for its investment. So this will be an aggregator of information and will include grants, co-financing schemes, guarantees, loans, everything. I think for now I'm done, and thank you again.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. So, final speaker on the panel is Haris Lambropoulos, President of the Hellenic Development Bank of Investments. Welcome.
Hello, good evening. Yes, I'm the president of the so-called Hellenic Development Bank of Investments, which is not a bank, but it is the sovereign fund of funds, actually. So I would like to take the floor from what Mr. Tsakiris said earlier, that Greece is faced with a great challenge and a big opportunity for the coming 5 to 7 years. Since we will be the recipient of about 80 billion euro of European structural funds and funds from the Resilience and Recovery Facility. In unlocking these funds, as the Minister said earlier, we need private resources and equity. So our role as the Hellenic Development Bank of Investments is to facilitate part of this equity needed in the market by investing on behalf of the state in new to be formed venture capital and private equity funds. We have been very active in the past 3 years, considering that out of the 3 years, the 2.5 were years of major disruptions, lockdowns, and still we are experiencing the various uncertainties and disruptions. And out of the 2.1 billion euro that we have under management from the public investment program, and 500 million euro from the loans part of the national plan of resilience and recovery fund, Greece 2.0. We expect that this will have a multiplier effect in the real economy of 3.5 to 5 times, say, 7 to 10 billion euro impact in the Greek GDP. Our process is that we have open calls. This is an innovative process, meaning that we listen carefully to the market needs. We do not want to distort the market. We listen carefully, we absorb the demand of the market, and since the new teams, fund management teams are selected, when they bring the private money, the private investment participation, they can start investing in the Greek market. To date, we have 13 funds already investing in the Greek economy. We have invested in these funds 333 million, and their funds under management is over 900 million euros, and they have already implemented 39 underlying investments as of June 2022, this year. So our target is to support the VC and private equity market in Greece, and not only with the resources that the Greek state has entrusted to us to manage, but also looking at the bigger picture by creating synergies and being very extrovert, meaning that we have created great alliances with big sovereign and private organizations on the European and the international level, like BPI France, like Mubadala Capital, like ADQ. Also, we are participating in landmark initiatives like Scale Up EU, together with KfW Capital, TESI, and Vexfoden as founding members to finance scalable European tech startups. And we believe that our role will soon be visible in the Greek market and in the Greek marketplace.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So thanks, all of our panelists. Have we still got the alternate minister online with us? Mr. Skylakakis, is he still with us?
I am still with you, yes.
Excellent, excellent. I wasn't sure. Now I can see you. Maybe we can start with you. A question for you about fiscal policy. So one of the first points that you were making was that you would be pursuing a conservative or cautious approach, planning for a worst case scenario. So I just wanted to ask you how that is going to affect or feed into your preparations for the budget for 2023, and indeed even the execution of the 2022 budget in the months that are left, whether you're envisaging any big changes. There was a suggestion, for example, this morning from one of the panelists that in terms of trying to prepare for worse days to come, that it might be possible in this year, which is going to be a relatively good one, growth-wise for the Greek economy, that to do a bit more fiscal consolidation this year, to have more fiscal space next year. Is that something that seems feasible or not?
Well, maybe we'll have a slightly better result this year. We will see. We are early on, and it all depends on TTF prices, essentially, because this is our biggest item that is uncertain. But if it's possible, yes, we can do that. as we have now, there's no way to transfer fiscal space, but essentially for the markets, if you get a bit better this year, this is a good sign for what will happen next year. Next year is an extremely, is even more unpredictable because we cannot know the extent of whether we're going to have a recession in Europe or not, and what's going to happen with energy prices. So it's a reasonable thing to do.
Okay. Maybe just a follow-up on the point about that you were making, Minister, about the difficulties next year, or indeed from now on in terms of raising money from private investors. Is going to become more of a challenge. And on top of everything else, are you worried at all that we're heading into an election year? It always creates a lot of uncertainty. That might begin to have a dampening effect on investor interest or investment flows to Greece, or do you think that's not really a concern?
Well, I think that it's not a concern at all.
Mm-hmm.
And we have a series of evidence that we cannot...
Yeah, the mic is not working, actually. Yes,
Yes.
it should be working.
So I was saying that it's not a concern at all because we have a series of evidence. Even a couple of days ago, a huge transaction in the private sector that they confirm that Greece is going to be an investment destination for global foreign investors. And I think, well, I guess investors have already foreseen what's going to be at least the near future when it comes to the macroeconomics in Greece, and have already taken decisions to continue investing in Greece significant amounts of money in sectors that most likely post-crisis will show a significant increase. Again, as I said before, and you also mentioned it, private equity is getting more and more expensive, which means that is also seeking higher returns in order this expensiveness to be paid back, given also the increased risk. And but still, by investing, especially foreign investors in Greek companies within Greece, show a high degree of confidence and, of course, a high degree of confidence not only in the economy but also in the government.
Thank you. Before I come back to some of the other panelists, we've got about 5 minutes left before we move on to the next session. So just again wanted to give the opportunity to anybody in the audience who wanted to ask a question of any of our panelists. No? Okay, well, I'm going to keep looking. Just wanted to turn now and ask a question to Athina. You presented to us some financial instruments that you're already implementing to address some of the challenges Greece is now facing. Can you tell us a little bit more, just briefly, about any future initiatives of the Hellenic Development Bank to operate, as you say, counter-cyclically, to support sustainable entrepreneurship?
Yeah, sure. Well, in HDB, as already said, we are, let's say, in an enabling role in acting as a bridge between public policy goals that come from the ministry and private sector discipline, bringing together market orientation, political independence, and accountability. So the intervention is based on the added value we provide. And as an example, I will take you through a little bit on some numbers. This is the impact. We have been leveraging more than 238,000 jobs. So inclusivity is very important, and employment is very important. We have contributed to more than 40,000 loans, 41,000 loans. Direct impact on new employment is 18,600, and we have disbursed 8.5 billion euro, contributing to the GDP by 6.2 billion. And as mentioned, we are also measuring our satisfaction, let's say customer satisfaction. What we plan for the future, for 2022 onwards, we have already an innovation fund that has the peculiarity of giving back 20% of the capital when ESG criteria are fulfilled. We have with EIB three main different types of loans, green, digital, and growth, that will give to the market more than 2 billion. This is very important. We have a product that is going to roll to, let's say, be used by the new development loan. That has a peculiarity, as we said, because sustainability is very important, has a peculiarity that has two components. One is macro loan, and the first one is a bridging facility, a bridge loan facility that is using as guarantee only the grant part. And we are also working with Ministry of Agro for microfinance. That is also important because, as you know, Greece is an agricultural company. That's the DNA of Greece. We are working with the Ministry of Shipping to proceed to a new loan on tourism companies. So this is the part of the loans and guarantees, and as already mentioned, we are very much focusing on the part of non-financial products that we welcome everyone to participate on those platforms. Thank you.
Thank you. Just for the two European investment banks, although you are both actually fairly positive about Greece and what it's achieved, I guess it's your professional deformation to be a bit more demanding always about that there's more to be done. So I just wanted to hear from you we've got a couple of minutes left only now. What would you identify, both of you actually, as the most important things still left to do in terms of the reform restructuring agenda?
I'll start. Is my microphone working? Yeah. I mean, I mentioned governance, but I'd also add green. I think there's huge potential in this country for green, which is only partly tapped, and it's to do with renewables, which we've worked with some of the renewable companies already, and we hope to work with more. I mean, there's great potential there. But also energy efficiency. The point was made a couple of times. Chris Allen here, I know, mentioned it in his talk, and a lot more to be done on that too, and it's something that we very much promote through our investments. They often come with energy efficiency improvements as part of the package, so to speak. So go become better governed and go green. That'll be my message.
I think from my side, the most important issue to be tackled for investments is the justice system. I feel that this is what we receive from businessmen, both particularly for FDI investors, but also from local business that they want to expand, that the time for giving final decisions of justice are quite slow. And we feel that this is if we have to identify one impediment, this is probably the area that it would be important to work more.
Okay. I think we have to wrap up, but I want to give you the chance to, if you wanted to respond to any of those points that have been raised, particularly on the justice. It's not your ministry, of course, but...
Well, there's, I mean, there are some elements within the Greek, I would say, society and business ecosystems that needs to be reformed, and the reforms are underway, but they're so complicated and difficult to tackle that it will take some time. But obviously, it's part of the reforms that the country has committed to implement. I just wanted to say, taking the opportunity of the two comments from the international financial institutions before, that it's certain that Greece is an investment destination, because I can see both those institutions to compete fiercely on who is going to do more in Greece. So it's an evidence that Greece is in a very good course. Thank you.
Well, thank you all very much. I'm afraid we have to leave it there because we have a couple of sessions left, and we've got speakers on the next panel who are on a tight schedule, have to get to the airport and so on later, so we have to move on. So I'd just like to thank you Alternate Minister Skylakakis as well for joining us. Thank you, all of you here in the room. It's been a very good discussion. Thanks. We'll do a quick photograph. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let me move on and thank you.
I have my details.
I'd like to invite the speakers for our penultimate panel. Well, actually, it's the last panel, and then we have a one-to-one dialogue. Private debt, the elephant in the room. That's the title of this session. We've got quite an international lineup. So first of all, let me invite Aidan Williams, Board Chairman of the National Asset Management Agency of Ireland. Welcome, Aidan. Great to have you with us. Please come and take a seat here. Javier Torres Riesco, Chairman of Sareb of Spain. Welcome. Yeah, have a seat. Welcome. Please have a seat. Stefano Cappiello, Chairman of the Asset Management Agency AMCO of Italy. Welcome. Please join us here. And Maria Elena Athanasopoulou, Special Secretary for Private Debt Management at the Ministry of Finance of Greece. Welcome, Maria Elena. Please have a seat. Okay, and we'll... I have a commentator who's going to join me as well. Yeah, I haven't forgotten about you at all. Eleftherios Kritikos, who is the former Deputy Governor of EFCA, a member of the Administration Board of the Independent Authority of Public Revenue, who will be giving us his, sharing his insights and wisdom, and once he hears what you've got to say. So everybody's got 5 minutes. Eleftherios, you've got a little bit less. But that's always the way. Aidan, straight over to you. Please use the lectern, should you wish to do so.
Thank you for staying. Thank you to Economist Impact, to Joan and colleagues, and to the Greece Ministry for Finance, Maria Elena and colleagues, for the invitation to attend what is a most interesting event. We had dinner last night and we discussed the idea of sharing experiences so we may all learn from each other. So apologies for not being forward-looking like most other speakers. Let me tell you the story so far of Ireland's National Asset Management Agency. So by way of introduction, I was appointed chairman of the National Asset Management Agency in December 2019 by the Irish Minister for Finance. The Irish National Asset Management Agency, known as NAMA, was established in 2009 by the Irish government as one of a number of policy responses to the banking and financial crisis which emerged in 2008 and 2009. One of the problems facing Irish banks at this time was that they could not obtain necessary liquidity due to the large proportion of property-backed, non-performing loans on their balance sheets. As usually happens when there's a severe market failure, responsibility for finding solutions falls back to the state. The Irish state had limited existing experience in banking or property and had to develop from scratch and urgently a solution that would deal effectively with the crisis. NAMA's role was to free up the balance sheets of the banks by acquiring problem loans and managing them directly. There were some international precedents for an agency such as NAMA, but none that had to deal with a crisis of this scale relative to the size of the national economy. NAMA was therefore mandated by the Irish legislature to deal expeditiously with an acquired loan portfolio which had a face value of €74.4 billion, but which was considered to be worth €26.2 billion. In total, NAMA paid the participating institutions €31.8 billion for the portfolio, including an overpayment of €5.6 billion, which was authorised by the EU Commission under state aid rules. As consideration for the loans, NAMA issued €30.2 billion in senior bonds and €1.6 billion in subordinated bonds. The senior bonds were guaranteed by the Irish government and thus created a significant contingent liability for the state. To give an indication of the scale of the challenge, NAMA acquired over 12,000 loans, which were secured by over 60,000 properties, located predominantly in Ireland, the UK and Europe, but with exposure globally. The borrowers comprised both private individuals and companies, which had amassed significant levels of debt from Irish banks. An absolute imperative from the beginning was to recover the €30 billion in senior debt that was issued to pay for the acquired loans. Otherwise, that liability would have fallen on taxpayers. An important aspect of this was to stimulate activity in the Irish market in order to facilitate its recovery and to encourage investors to buy Irish assets. NAMA was very successful in this regard, strategically creating loan and asset portfolios for sale, which attracted international investors. This activity generated significant cash for NAMA, over €47 billion to date, and was critical in sustaining recovery in the Irish property market. Importantly, NAMA was given a commercial focus. At the outset, its main commercial objective was to recover as much cash as possible for the taxpayer from the acquired loan portfolio. At the same time, NAMA also pursued a number of other ancillary objectives, including funding development for housing and commercial property. These ancillary objectives have made some positive social and economic contributions to the Irish state. In an ideal world, an asset management agency might wish to take a more conservative approach to loan and asset disposal than was adopted by NAMA in those early years, but the reality was that NAMA had to operate in conditions that were far from ideal. The scale of Ireland's unwanted exposure to property risk meant that our activity had implications for Ireland as a borrower on the international debt markets, for the Irish economy and for the Irish property market. We did not and could not have operated in a vacuum. NAMA's successful deleveraging activity ensured NAMA consistently generated an annual profit, which in turn enabled the acceleration of senior debt repayments, with the final redemption made in October 2017. This achievement had other collateral benefits, playing a part in convincing international investors that Ireland was on an accelerated and sustained path to recovery. By June 2020, NAMA had also fully repaid its subordinated debt and its private investors. This allowed us to start transferring payments from our surplus to the Irish Exchequer, and to date, NAMA has transferred €3.25 billion in cash to the Irish state, and the final total expected to be paid by 2025 is close to €5 billion. Currently, NAMA's portfolio is under €1 billion. Many of the residual assets demonstrate the challenges that can exist with deleveraging a complex asset portfolio containing compromised assets with many assets linked to litigation. To conclude, the NAMA initiative was an innovative and courageous response to one aspect of the crisis, namely the pressing need to deal with the profusion of non-performing commercial property loans on bank balance sheets. It was not, nor was it ever intended to be a solution for other troubled segments on their balance sheets, including residential mortgages and SME lending. In NAMA's experience, any measures designed to address the problems related to private NPLs should be systematic, proactive and targeted. An asset management company may be an appropriate measure in certain circumstances, such as commercial property, but it may form only one part of the overall resolution strategy. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that perspective on the Irish experience. So now introducing Javier Torres Riesco from Spain to give us the view of your experience.
Well, thank you very much for inviting Sareb to share its experience with this very distinguished audience. Having heard about the very relevant achievements that Greece has secured in recent years, and that has been mentioned during today's event, I wonder if it should not be the other way around. And we at the panel, or at least in my case, should learn from your experience. No? So congratulations. No? Well, in a severe banking crisis, the question of what to do with large pools of non-performing assets is often raised. Governments have explored different options, and a relatively successful one has been the transfer of these assets to an asset management company, with the goal of selling them during an extended time. The advantage is that the impaired assets can be immediately removed from the balance sheet of the banks and assigned to a specialist manager, which can focus on economies and take advantage of economies of scale. In parallel, the transferring banks can fully focus on managing their core business, providing its customers with new funding. That was the path chosen in Spain back in 2012. The objective of Sareb was the immediate exit of real estate development-related assets from the balance sheets of the successors of 22 former savings banks. Sareb was assigned with the task of the orderly liquidation of these assets over a maximum period of 15 years. The initiative became fundamental for restoring the credibility and financing capacity of the Spanish financial system and further of the whole economy, setting the basis for a solid and sustainable economic recovery. Which assets were transferred? In our case, included both financial assets and real estate, so foreclosed real estate assets. But only real estate developer assets were transferred. Non-performing portfolios of SMEs without collateral, consumer loans, and retail mortgages were excluded, as it was felt that banks would manage these type of loans better themselves, as they required proximity to customers. In our case, the type of assets transferred to Sareb ruled out to a great extent the need to implement restructuring measures. We have negotiated debt restructuring in some cases, but for the most part, the liquidation of the company was the sole choice, and once we got hold of the collateral, the next step was to put it on sale. How was Sareb financed? Equity amounted to close to €5 billion. These resources were provided by private investors in a 55% and the remaining 45% by the Spanish Resolution Authority. In addition to this source of funding, Sareb issued senior bonds guaranteed by the state and eligible for being discounted at the ECB. These bonds were delivered in exchange for the assets transferred. The total nominal value of €107 billion assets, equivalent to 11% of Spanish GDP at the time, were transferred to Sareb with a haircut of 53%. So the value, once they entered into the books of our company, was around 51 billion euro. What are the implications of setting a transfer price that is too high or too low? Determining the correct price of a large real estate portfolio based on a 15-year-long business plan is clearly not only the result of a scientific exercise, but one that requires some element of supernatural prophetic skills. To worsen the challenge, usually these transfers must be closed in a short time frame with lack of good information and reliable data, and under a particularly uncertain macroeconomic environment. Under these shaky circumstances, it is difficult to achieve a correct valuation. Obviously, a lower haircut means less losses for the transferring banks and more potential losses for the asset management company. The opposite is true. 10 years later, in the case of Sareb, it is clear that the haircut applied to the assets transferred was too low. Looking at the experience of other banking crises, my recommendation is that to the extent possible, it is better to be more aggressive in setting the haircut. You can always design mechanisms that can retrieve extraordinary profits and channel them back to the transferors. How was Sareb managed? We used servicers to get hold of the maintenance and the orderly liquidation of the assets. Given the large amount of assets that are still on Sareb's balance sheet, we are also looking for all possible ways to divest them, and this includes several real estate developments in case where the expected value generation clearly outweighs the risk involved in such an initiative. What problems have we encountered recently? When loans are executed with real estate asset as collateral, such as flats, when these assets are received, it happens that in many cases these flats are leased out to retail tenants. To maximize sale price, we need to make them vacant first. But this is not always very easy. Due to the tight rental market in many locations in Spain, this makes it difficult for the tenants to find alternative housing. In addition, the medium to low profile of flats assigned to Sareb means that in a high percentage of cases, families meet vulnerability criteria. In these cases, Sareb has renounced to evict the affected families and contributes the flats to a social housing project which is currently being managed by Sareb. To conclude, let me elaborate whether the success or failure of an asset management company should be assessed only in the light of its financial performance. Although it is clear that Sareb's business plan has not been fully fulfilled, the assessment of its creation must be framed within the roadmap for bank restructuring and the Spanish economic recovery, of which it was part. It is clear that Sareb contributed to restoring confidence in the Spanish financial system, laying the foundations for economic recovery and enabling a very significant reduction of Spain's risk premium. Probably we can extend this idea to other asset management companies in the sense that the lack of direct profitability must be balanced against other indirect benefits of these tools. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. So now over to Stefano Cappiello from the Asset Management Agency of Italy.
Yes. Let me start by thanking for this kind invitation. I accepted with great pleasure for many reasons. First, because finally I can be back in Greece. I used to come here between 2015 and 2018 to discuss about resolution plan for the Single Resolution Board. Frankly speaking, I'm much happier to be back here to speak about recovery and positive notes. Secondly, I accepted with great pleasure because I thought the topic of this session was really spot on. We need to discuss this issue, and sustainable management of distressed assets is in the DNA, is one of the reasons of being of AMCO, the company that I have the privilege to chair. since I am also the Director General at the Italian Ministry of Economy for Financial Regulation and Supervision. So I brought some slides, but be mindful of time. It didn't start, so I don't know. But in any case, so some history. I think it's important to have a bigger picture, a macroeconomic, how to frame this topic within the bigger picture of history. Italy was at the peak of non-performing loans exposure in 2015. And here you can see 361 in 2015. And most of it, all of it, was in the bank's balance sheet. I think throughout the years until 2021, we managed to decrease the overall amount. And most importantly, we managed to clean the bank's balance sheet, moving this out. This is very important because it allows banks, as you know, to make new loans, to generate new capacity. And these distressed assets are placed in companies that are specialized in managing with them. So the rule of specialization applies also in this case. How did we manage to go through this process until 2021? I think there was no silver bullet. There were a number of tools, and I just want to mention them. One was GACS, the scheme with the state guarantee on senior tranches. Why this was important? I think mainly because it urged banks, prompted banks to build a capacity to analyze what they had in their portfolios, because GACS came with the rating requirement. So if you want a rating, you need to show what you have in your books, and you need to create technology for that. And so you will need also, GACS helped creating professional people that were not there before then. The other point I want to make is judicial system. This was touched. It's very important, and we continue to invest on it thanks to the Recovery and Resilience Plan for the Next Generation EU. Judicial system procedure are key in this area. And second, out-of-court restructuring is also important, with the possibility then to bring the out-of-court agreement between the debtors and the creditors before a judge to have the judicial endorsement. Also on this in Italy, we had very important reforms during the latest years. And last but not least, I think also AMCO played a role in helping to create an efficient and sustainable secondary market for distressed assets. I think throughout these 7 years, we managed to create a new asset class made of distressed assets, where investors have new opportunities to invest with a risk return, and also the debtors, that are the asset underlying this asset class, are treated with having a possibility to interact with specialized people that know how to give, when there is an opportunity to recover, the possibility to recover. So AMCO is a state-owned company. It operates as any other private actor. Our transactions are monitored by DG Comp in order to ensure that prices and terms are market terms. We operate both as an investor and as a servicer, and we are under the supervision of the Bank of Italy, since we are a financial intermediary, and of the Court of Auditors, since we are a publicly owned entity. What I want to say is that AMCO really changed its activity since 2018. What happened in 2017? 17 billion of distressed assets were transferred to AMCO from the Venetian bank's liquidation. And that was a changing moment, because we realized that, first of all, this is a field where size matters. If you want to be efficient, size does matter. And there you need to invest in technology, again, in human capital, and you need to be aware of the difference between unlikely to pay and bad loans. Bad loans is a classification we use in Italy to identify defaulted loans. These are completely different animals, speaking about the elephant, and you need to deal with them in different ways. So you need to invest in order to be efficient. And this also explains why now we have around 34 billion of assets under management. So what do we do with UTP? And I want to emphasize this point. We provide a whole range of service, from debt restructuring, including the use of equity-like instruments, because over-indebtedness through banking sector was one of the weak points for the debtors and for the banking sector itself. I think this is one also of the lesson we need to draw from 2015 peak. The fact that you don't need only the banking sector, you need capital markets. You need to advise small and medium enterprises to access capital markets. So you need a more balanced mix of capital markets and banking sector financing. Provision of new financing to encourage business continuity and industrial relaunch. I couldn't agree more with those that today said that you don't have to throw good money after bad money. This has to be done only when there are real chances of recovery. And strategic support, because again, the point about advisory that goes beyond financial support. I will cut short. Two, I think, very innovative schemes that we are carrying out. One is the project called Cuvée. We work with 11 other banks, multi-originator scheme, where it's a platform, it's a fund made only of UTP in the real estate sector. And we provide them with a number of services, and we bridge between these borrowers between them and professional investors that can give them advisorship and capacity to relaunch, to go through an in-depth workout, turnaround of their companies. The second scheme so this is already reality, and the other one is GLAM, Guaranteed Loans Active Management. This is a new scheme that we just notified to the Commission in order to have a no state aid decision. So this decision by the Commission verified that this is a scheme that would be financed only through private funding, and it's a scheme that regards state-guaranteed loans. We know after the COVID there was a huge amount of state-guaranteed loans. Part of it can be transferred to this Guaranteed Loan Active Management platform financed by private investors, where AMCO will act as master and special servicer. I know that I don't have time to go through it, but this is just to signal that we stand available to team up and share our experience. Thank you.
Now to our final speaker before we have our commentator, so Marielena Athanassopoulou. Thank you very much. Special Secretary for Private Debt Management in the Ministry of Finance here in Greece.
Does my microphone work? Yes. Okay, good, perfect. Thank you very much. Before I start my presentation and my discussion, I really want to thank Aidan, Javier, and Stefano for coming here. The original thought is to share experience, as Aidan mentioned, but we're learning a lot from each other. Just to remind you, it's Ireland, Spain, Italy, so we're learning from them. We understand what they're doing, and we're building bridges to share common thoughts and common solutions, because we do have common problems. So again, thank you very much, not only for coming in today, but also for all the time that we spent over the phone explaining to me what happened in different countries. So coming to the issue of private debt in Greece, I think, first of all, we need to understand that private indebtedness in Greece is not high in terms of size. So if we compare private debt in percent of GDP with the rest of the euro area countries, we're not that high. We're below euro area average. But the problem, where does it lie? It lies on the issue that we cannot service our loans. So the NPLs, the non-performing loans, so the servicing our debts is very heavy because of the long recession that the economy has gone through, but also the mismanagement, the political mismanagement of private debt during the crisis made the burden very big. We do see a slight decrease of private debt in arrears in terms of total private debt, very slight, 66% in 2017, around 63.6% in June 2022. So basically, the weight is there. And we have tax authorities with a big burden, a lot of arrears. We have insurance funds, we have NPLs in servicers, but also in the banks. What have we done? What have we done? So the securitization scheme, since this morning, I think many people have mentioned that. It was this scheme, a successful scheme for the banks to move out of their balance sheet the NPLs. So the result is the upper graph where you see the dive of the NPL ratio in the banking sector. But that's not the whole story. The whole story is actually the graph below, that you see that NPLs remain in the economy. They're just shifting from the bank's portfolio to the services portfolio. So the problem is not really solved. The second thing we have done is the insolvency framework, which we're taking pride that it's state-of-the-art in terms of the legislation. We're working very, very strongly, and we put a lot of effort, all the servicers, the banks, and us, the ministry, to make this out-of-court work out. Stefano mentioned that. It is a change in culture of resolving our differences, of finding viable solutions. So we do have, since April, a quite strong inflow of applications and a quite strong completion of applications, because there is a lot of potential waiting in the OCW to be resolved. It's more than 20 billion is in the stock. In terms of complete workouts, you see there is a clear dynamic, there is a clear positive monthly progress. It's small, the number is small, but we continue, and we are really committed. We're working with our stakeholders, which is the services and the banks, to have a quite ambitious target over the next 5 to 6 months, reaching hopefully 1 billion euro in terms of settlements. The overall picture, however, in restructuring, in this huge NPL portfolio, wherever it lies, there is a still very, very long way to go. You see that from now we can have around 40% of the NPLs are more or less restructured. What does this mean? It means that we have a long way to go. So we need to use our tools, we need to use the OCW. As you can see there, OCW represents a very slim line, 242 million out of the huge portfolio of non-performing loans. So we need to use our tools. And it's not only the servicers that we need to work with them, but also the banks. At the same time, what else we need to do in parallel, and colleagues have mentioned that before me, financing. So we need to tackle the local equity market capitalization. Here I'm using one of the very nice pictures that Chris Allen used in the nice event we had about the capital markets. We need to strengthen capital markets. That's why we're working heavily on that. Why? Because when companies, so one tool is to restructure, the other one is you need to bring new capital, new money, new equity for them, new sources of financing. So the first one is the National Strategy for Strengthening Capital Markets, and especially fintech. And the second one is tackling low loan-to-deposit ratio. I have to say that I was a little bit surprised during the bank's discussion, where I have the sense that they were a little bit more optimistic than I am. I truly believe that the banks have a long way to go in order to restore this loan-to-deposit ratio. The economy is growing, but the credit growth that we see there, it looks to be on the low end. So we need to work all together to restructure, clean up our economy, to restructure the viables, find out what is the zombie and not zombie companies, and provide financing. This is the only way. It's one system that it needs to work. And it needs to work means that the banks need to understand and clean up their part servicers, they need to do their part on restructuring, and the ministry and, of course, the state needs to be there to create the appropriate framework. And what does this mean? What are we doing is, A, we're restoring information asymmetry in order to provide better information for the banks, for the lending, which is the Central Credit Registry and the Public Credit Bureau, a law that was just passed by the Parliament, that would give access and full information to creditors to make sure that they are making the appropriate credit decisions. But also revisiting the framework for non-banking lending. This is a big discussion that we're holding with our counterparts also from the other countries. And that would possibly create additional channels for financing in the real economy. I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to hand over to Eleftherios Kritikos to give us some of his thoughts about what he's heard.
I obviously understand that we are heading to the end of this very informative event, so I will try to keep it as brief as possible. Thank you also for the invitation. So what was very clear by my co-panelist was that the problem of private debt was highly intensive back in 2010, and that we didn't actually have, as the rest of the world also, we didn't have, as these countries, we didn't have any ready-made solutions. So most of us tried through practically a manner of trial and error to find out what we should do to address this problem. Most of these countries had a different approach, as I can understand, to how the private debt issue should be addressed. So we had some very, very interesting remarks. What we must keep from this discussion is that, considering the circumstances, that we didn't have any ready-made solutions and the magnitude of the problem, these organizations, this newly created organization back in 2010, actually demonstrated a stellar performance in addressing not only a financial issue, but a social issue. Because prior to these organizations, we actually had, prior to the existence of these organizations and their policies that were implemented by these organizations, we had social unrest by debtors, by households and companies that didn't know how to address their private debt issues. And most importantly, we had the appearance of a strategic default culture that was extremely annoying. After the creations of all these organizations, these debtors had a matrix of financial solutions that they could choose from, and they could move forward. They can move forward. Nowadays, they actually can move forward. They are not stagnated. And the culture, I have to pay my debts, was substantially reinstated in our societies. So these organizations have a significant contribution, not only financial-wise, as it was very clearly stated in this panel, but in my opinion, they have a very a heavy ESG contribution to our societies and our economies. Now, as for my final remarks, in my opinion, there are, facing what is coming next to our economies, in my opinion, there are three issues that we should raise, I should raise. First of all, and I think this is the case especially for Greece, I don't think this is the case for the other countries, we should closely monitor the private debt that is created from obligations towards the state, mainly unpaid taxes and unpaid social insurance contributions. Secondly, as I can understand, most of these organizations seem to have an expiration date. In my humble opinion, policymakers all over Europe should be very cautious and should try to find a way to preserve all this accumulated experience after these organizations are gone, are closed, so as we will not be obliged to start all over again if a financial emergency reoccurs. And thirdly, and in my opinion, this is not only the elephant, but the actual beast in the room, how these organizations, these institutions, are going to operate in an environment that there is no more easy money, that we have high interest rates, and seemingly we're going to have an economic slowdown. How they are going to adjust their business plans and their policies to a very challenging environment, financial environment, that is formed after the pandemic crisis and the Ukrainian war. As a copestone, and I would like to expand what in my opinion, one of the greatest economists mentioned here in Greece, with you, I think with you, Elerian, in Economist Roundtable this July. We, all these countries, the fact that we dealt with so severe economic issues and we overcame, this gives an optimistic point of view that we somehow have developed a kind of immunity to financial storms. And so, in my opinion, and to be consistent with the title of this particular panel, private debt is an elephant, not the elephant in the room, but thanks to the operation of these organizations, it rather seems like a tamed elephant. So this is my remarks.
Thank you. Well,
thank you.
That must be quite nice to hear for you guys and lady, of course, on the panel. Now, unfortunately, we're not going to be able to do justice to this topic, which I'm sure everybody here agrees is a really important one. But what's so nice, actually, is that all of you are here together on the panel, and I know, Stefano, you've got to go to the airport, and I don't want to keep you if you need to shoot off. I think Nectaria is thinking you need to leave now, but you were telling me, classic Italian style, it's okay. You can leave in 15 minutes. Your risk.
Perhaps
okay, great. So, we've got very little time anyway, but I guess the 2 points or questions that I would make is, to what degree, it's great that you're here now and you're discussing, and I know you're going to carry on this discussion, but to what degree was there any collaboration all these years in terms of sharing of experiences and lessons learned and all of that, did that really happen at all? Or was it just the case that you all had to kind of find your own way in your own particular, circumstances and come up with the solution? So that's just one question. I do very much hope that this was the start of a really great, collaboration now. I agree with Eleftherios about that. And I guess the main question is the one that you posed at the end. Now in the era of easy money, which lasted a very long time and created an awful lot of problems, is gone. And so, how are you thinking now about how you might have to change what you're doing or adapt? That's the kind of big question I guess we need to focus on. And I'm going to let Stefano go first because you might want to leave.
So, going on the first question about the AMC. So, I think we have had points in common, but at the same time, we were set up in very different times, and the overall framework was very different. Some AMC have been set up before the Banking Recovery Resolution Directive was enacted, or in any case in a situation of at the height of the crisis. In our case, AMCO operates according to in a very different way. So we looked at all the others had done before us because we came a bit after Sareb and Nama. At the same time, so we adapted also for the legal framework because some things that could be done at that time could not be done later on. I mean, this was very debated, but in any case, the overall legal framework was different. So the issue of market price or long-term economic value price was not anymore on the table when we started. We have to buy at market prices. So some things are different, others are similar. And on the second question you were pointing out, of course, we are living in a time of high uncertainties. So I think we need to review our business plans more frequently. I am relatively optimistic, but in my slide I was also presenting, so the old saying, get ready for the worst, hope for the best. So we need to review the business plan more frequently. We need to keep an eye on the debtors and how they are doing more frequently. However, there are different views. I am more on the optimistic side because we learn how to deal with crisis throughout all, and so somehow a collective way, in a collective level, I'm confident that we have learned how to do it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And feel free to go at any time, but let me ask your co-panelists to also give their responses to these questions.
I think maybe that
you want to use that.
The difference that Nama had to Stefano, you raised the question about a limited lifetime. So we don't have a limited lifetime. We don't have a set end date. We were extended in 2020 to 2025. So that's very important for us because it gets it out of the mind of the debtors that, they'll be gone in 3 years' time, so we'll take our foot off the gas. As regards retaining the expertise, although we've tried, it's very difficult because you've got a portfolio that is naturally diminishing. So your requirements for staff is not as strong as it was at the beginning. So we're a victim of our own success. Also, as we help the economy to recover, we're finding it difficult to retain staff because the private market is now paying more for their expertise than we can. As part of the target of 2025, we are going to leave a history behind us, and it's a very significant body of work that will be able to be used as a reference for people that come after us. Javier will talk about the interactions. I'm aware that there were interactions with Sareb over the years, but you might be better placed to speak on that. I only came on board in 2019.
I am also a relatively newcomer, but my understanding is that indeed there was a significant cooperation between our companies in Italy, Ireland, Spain. Not so much with Greece, which is, I think their experience is very valuable, and we'll need to talk some more. I would also like to highlight the cooperation that we all receive from the developments within the European Union, and I'm referring now in the new insolvency regime that was badly needed in Spain. And I have to admit that thanks to the directive on insolvency regimes that was recently approved, and in fact, it comes into force today, so it's a coincidence, I think we will make significant improvements. I also would like to mention, Maria Elena talked about credit bureaus. Spain, as well as Greece, has an economy with many small and micro companies, micro SMEs. And I've been working in a bank for many years in risk management. It is very tough for a company that is with less than 10 employees to make a good credit risk analysis. And in order to facilitate this work, and this has also some side effects on the side of the restructuring, it is very important to be able to count on good credit bureaus, not only negative credit bureaus, but positive credit bureaus, which is something that many of European countries still lack.
Thank you. Maria Elena, do you want to wrap up, because we have to finish?
I'll try to wrap up very fast. So on your first question for the collaboration, I think, and that's my personal view, when Greece entered these huge problems, everybody was trying to just find a solution fast. And on the issue of private debt, unfortunately, it was very badly mismanaged politically. Most of the creditors believed that they will get a haircut, and multiple legislation that did not help solving the problem but made it very complicated to resolve created to this very big hump of NPL. So we got to 47%, 50%, not only because of the recession of the economy, but it was very badly managed throughout. So we found ourselves in a situation that we needed to change the payment culture, so people need to believe that they need to pay back whatever they can pay back, but also help the system deal with that. So in a way, we created a unique problem, although both Ireland and Spain and Italy face similar situation, they kind of find a way and a solution during the building up of the problem. On the cooperation with the other European countries, I think that we always have to try more. We always need to ask ourselves, and we need to try to see outside of our countries. There are always differences and country-specific characteristics, but in a phone call with Javier Aidan or Stefano, I learned more than speaking with. It's always, because it's always something that they can tell you. It's always something that you can tell them, that they can make you can make you think new strategies from a policy perspective to address the issue. And at the end of the day, we all share a common union, a common currency, so we kind of linked. Our economies are linked, so they're not completely different. So I stop here.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Well, thank you, Eleftherios, for your observations and your questions that you posed at the end as well. And thanks to all of you. Please join me in thanking our speakers, Stefanos Gon, but we'll have a photograph, and we're going to close and wrap up the day with a very brief in-conversation that will take place after this photograph. So thanks again. Thanks a lot. Yeah, see you later. Okay, well, we're coming to the end of quite a long day of, I think, really interesting discussions and some great panels. And we're going to finish with a short conversation about whether Greece is now a stable and sustainable investment destination. And I'm delighted to welcome to join me now on the stage Ioannis Smielis, who's the Secretary General for International Economic Relations at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Greece. Welcome. Nice to see you again. Please. So this is, we're going to wrap up this in about 8 to 10 minutes. I think, Ioannis, you wanted to say a few words to start with, and then we can have a brief conversation.
Of course. They told me to speak in Greek if it's not a problem.
Not a problem.
Το όλο θέμα του συνεδρίου.
Well, the topic of this conference is something that interests the whole Europe and the whole world. Well, in Greece, we have had a crisis for 12 years now. Back in 2010, with a debt crisis, we had 3 memoranda and had to be trained on how to be financially stable. In 2019, we had a government of Kyriakos Mitsotakis, which was elected and had the rationale and see crisis not as a crisis, but as an opportunity, a big opportunity to be able to change the country, to create opportunities for investments and growth. So Greece worked hard during the pandemic at the hard times to transform the state and create the conditions so as to make Greece investment destination. We have heard a lot in the morning from Mr. Staikouras. We paid off our debts. We have been upgraded by international houses and regained its reliability. So it managed to handle its financial affairs, which is the basis for growth. But in order to create new jobs, bring investments, and bring money in the country was not enough. We had to transform a lot of different parts of the economy. In the Ministry of Development, we had a panel earlier. We talked about the tools that are used for investors and have created, as we call it in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, a toolkit of extroversion. So we have created a tool and Greece prepared a very big program. Well-organized countries did not manage to have these tools for the absorption of RRF. We had good laws for strategic investments and tools that are also included in the law, investment incentives to invest in Greece, and NSRF also played an important role. 21, 27, we have prepared it quite fast, and programs are already underway, and opportunities for SMEs. And eventually, we create the conditions, either someone is big, small company, Greek or foreign investor, to be able to find cheap money in Greece, despite the difficulties we are faced with inflation and interest rates that have skyrocketed. We try our best to keep money in Greece and
also work in decreasing red tape. That has to do with the transformation of the Greek state. More than 1,500 services are serviced via a click through eGov. So decreasing red tape is a message which was spread in big funds as well, and that led to a very successful tourist period. We had a new record in Greece with regard to tourism. Tourists preferred Greece after the end of the pandemic. That is something the whole government worked for. We had a central coordination, nevertheless. Greece seized the opportunity to create the conditions so as to become a hub, because energy crisis could be faced as a problem so as not to cut electricity. We didn't see it like that alone. We thought it as an opportunity to create alternative sources to bring energy and make Greece a data hub, an energy hub, and we all work together. We have created a one-stop shop in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs so as to spread a clear message and all investors to know that it is worth investing in Greece because stability starts from here. Energy will pass from here. You can have access to different markets, the European market, the Balkan market, and Eastern market, Middle East and Northern Africa. So we are at a strategic geographical point and we use our assets right now to be able to attract bigger players and regionally not to be a source of stability but of growth as well.
Okay, thank you. So the involvement of, as far as I understand, the involvement of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in this area dates back to 2021, early 2021, when I believe there was a new law came into force, according to which the Ministry of Foreign Affairs took over responsibility for economic diplomacy. And the aim of that reform, as you've just emphasized, was to strengthen the external focus of the ministry, promote exports, attract investment. So concretely, what has been the contribution of the MFA and your department to what we've seen, an increase in volumes of inward foreign direct investment?
Prime Minister, Mr. Kyriakos Mitsotakis, took a strategic decision back in 2019 that we will have to operate following the paradigm of big countries that use economic diplomacy as a foundation for attracting investments, promoting exports, and creating ties. So in this new organizational chart of the ministry, we established this directorate, this general secretariat. So we have a network of trade attachés and embassies around the world. We added on top of them the Enterprise Greece company, which is the vehicle company to attract investments, and we have another branch that's about how to guarantee exports. So how do you do a proper due diligence for a specific transaction, and how you guarantee an export? So we offer the full service. It's a one-stop shop, actually, using all the tools available in our toolkit, and this is something we present to major investors, funds. We help our partners find reliable partners across the world. So this bit of information may reach any financial player across the world. So whatever all ministries are doing, we let's say, pull this information together so that when there's an interested party in Greece, he or she won't come to our country in order to find out what they can do. No, they will come knowing already the meetings they will have, the agenda they will have, meetings with ministers, stakeholders, etc., so that when they come, they will be ready to take an investment decision. They're not coming to Greece just to check whether they can invest. Of course, this led to certain results. The results so far have been the following: strategic investments submitted to Enterprise Greece, that is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. These investments amount to 8 billion euros. Greece, in the past 10 years, has had no more than 4 billion euros of investments, and in 2015-2019 the tally was 1.3 billion euros. So we multiplied by 8 our strategic investments within 3 years, and this is something reflected on FDIs, on real FDIs, completed ones, because last year, 2021, we reached 5 billion euros of completed FDIs, a record of the past 20 years. And of course, this also has to do with the fact that we operate in a very coordinated way with Greek companies when we go abroad, because our exports registered a record of 20 billion euros, and in 2022, we have 40% increase in the first semester in a year to year, compared to the first semester of the previous year. So coordination pays off, good collaboration with all ministries pays off. But what is important is, when you want to work with another country in order to attract or export something, then the message has to be clear, properly communicated, on time, so that the investor can quickly identify opportunities in the country. That's what we do in the world of economic diplomacy, and by means of that, we build strong political ties. We have a strategic collaboration with the United Arab Emirates. We have a close collaboration with Saudi Arabia. We have a strategic relationship with the US, with France. This is something built on the basis, on the foundations of policies that rely on important strategic and financial relationships.
Thanks. So a final question, really. So, the numbers, I guess, do speak for themselves. Some people might argue that 5 billion is actually, for a country the size of Greece, not a massive amount in terms of FDI in the previous year. And it's coming from a low base, and there's a lot of time to make up. So what's important, I guess, is at this moment, not the numbers. We're going to hope to see bigger ones, but the change in the investment climate itself. And so maybe you could just sum up the kind of key changes in the investment climate between 2019 and now, and say whether and how you think Greece can sustain the momentum, the positive momentum on the investment front, and in terms of the reforms to improve the investment climate.
You're absolutely right. Figures are important always in relation to the era of reference, because now we're talking about times of great crisis. Imagine how figures would have been if we had no pandemics, no war in Ukraine, so it could have been 4 times bigger. Anyway, the figures do not relate, have to do only with the typical sectors we usually talk about, tourism, real estate. No, we're talking about investors on high-tech, innovation, data, renewables, investors who are interested in industry, in manufacturing, and there's a flow of investments, and that's the main, let's say, benefit or the main prize for Greece. In times of turbulence, we built a narrative of trustworthiness that allowed us to welcome small, medium, or large-scale investments in areas where 3 years ago wouldn't mean a thing for investors. Actually, in the past 3 years ago, Pfizer, Amazon, JP Morgan wouldn't have Greece in their radar whatsoever. Cisco, for instance, as well, they are currently invest in Greece, turning Greece into their headquarters for the entire region, and that's very important. In the past, they wouldn't have us in the radar, which means that when you have giant companies entrusting you in these in so diverse sectors, this means that you build your own ecosystems, and that's the important thing. Let me give you an example. You know that Pfizer has built a hub in Thessaloniki, one of the 6 hubs they have in the world. They started with 300 well-qualified and well-paid employees. Currently, they have 700 of them. Soon, they will exceed 1,000 employees, which means that highly skillful, qualified people in northern Greece may be found are currently working for Pfizer. They came back from abroad, and the most important thing, now this hub has become a pole of attraction for for experts, let's say, to get a well-paid and deserved job in Thessaloniki. So before going to Silicon Valley, you know you can go to Thessaloniki, and that's your ticket for this international market. That's the importance of having a regional hub. That's the main prize for our country. And when you are able to build these infrastructures, upgraded ones, when you're open, where you are ready to open up to brand new sectors like big data, etc., then you know very well that the role of this country is being upgraded as we speak. Greece represents a stable pole, a pole of stability, but at the same time, it's a pole of attraction of new technologies and next-gen investments.
At which to stop and end the proceedings. And thank you very much for that conversation. Appreciated it very much. Thank you. I just want to say a few words, if I may. I don't want to keep you much longer. I'm sure you all want to go and have a drink. But I would like to thank actually all our speakers today, of which there have been quite a few. I've been getting on for about 50 speakers and 10 sessions that we've had. But I'd also like to thank the audience, especially all of you who've stayed on till the end. I know we have a very big audience following this online as well, as has been the case at all our recent events, which is great to give Greece that and our discussions that exposure, wider exposure in many, many countries. I'd like to thank again all our sponsors, and of course the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and all our supporting organizations, and Fotis Koumousis, once again for your input in putting this event together. I would like to thank the official representatives of The Economist in Greece, Haslis and Rivas. And in particular, I would like to thank, as always, Nectaria Pasaribaki, who's sitting here, who's the kind of brain behind this event, and all her team, who are, as always, wonderful, and in particular this time, Annie and Maria, who put an awful lot of work into this event, Kathy and the editorial team. And last but not least, I want to thank the interpreters sitting in that box at the back of the room, and all our technicians here and the photographers as well. I think that's just about everybody. I'm sorry if I've left anybody out, but that's the end of the proceedings. I hope you very much that you enjoyed the day, and hope to see you again before too long at another Economist event in Athens. Thank you. I think we should do a photograph.
We lead the way. We provide credit services to help our clients improve cash flow, reduce non-payments, and prosper by caring for their customers. Every day, we talk to 250,000 people in debt, and every year, we assist 80,000 clients. Like Jacob in Copenhagen, he can focus on taking care of the gym, while we take care of the credit management. Or Daniel, at one of the largest media companies in Switzerland. We provide new digital solutions that save him a lot of time. Here's Rika in Madrid. She's running a logistics startup, and we help her build valuable relationships with her customers. We lead the way all over Europe by helping people do what they do best. because we want to make a difference. For our clients, for their customers, and for society at large.
At doValue, the lead servicer in loan and real estate management in Greece, with our continuous commitment to responsibility, transparency, innovation, partnership and effectiveness, every day we project the power of a new perspective. doValue, your partner for growth.
Everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed.